Okay, this I expect to be a longer video because basically we got a lot to talk about and to discover about ourselves. So let's start straight to the point. A couple of weeks ago, I did a test, psychology assessment test, personality assessment test that was designed by Jordan Peterson and his team. And I got the result and I was quite amazed how precise that test is. I did many personality tests and this could describe me in so many details, and it's not like anything like I ever seen. So today, Sanya did her part of the test and we did the matching on the website because you can match yourself as a couple. And so we want to compare our results. We already seen some of the results. So it's not the first time we see them. I know my results. I went through them a couple of times. Sanya only went once. Briefly. So she still needs to learn a lot about that. But let's dig into results. And maybe I should record the screen just to prove that we are not making things up. And sorry for the cats.
The light is on. They are crazy.
Every time we turn on the light, our cats just go wild. Don't know what's the thing with the cats and lights.
Light as a softbox, not the light in our apartment.
Sometimes we turn
Thankfully.
that on too.
Yeah. Can you imagine they are running every time we turn on the lights?
Yeah, that would be weird. I would get rid of them, that definitely. But yeah, new recording starting right now. So before we start, I want to make a disclaimer. We are not sponsored by Jordan B. Peterson. We paid for these 2 tests and this is unbiased, not review, just report, because we think it might be interesting to some of the people just to see how little we match actually and how good our relationship is, despite the fact that we have basically very little in common.
Yeah.
So that's a little spoiler, but let's go through the results. So if you want to do this self yourself, go to understandmyself.com. It's about $10, but it's worth every penny. So
it's fun.
Let's dig in. So let's see a relationship report with Aleksandra.
Aleksandra.
Aleksandra Bačić.
Yeah, my name.
Don't try to pronounce that. And that's her email, blah, blah. So let's go. Basically, if you never did this test, you might not know what's that. It's about 5 personality traits, which are further divided into 2 more. So basically you have how many?
10.
10 and 5 major. So it's 15 different personality descriptions you get, and which are very precise. And you might learn something about yourself and how you fall on that spectrum compared to other people, which I think is quite useful, and I'll tell you later why. So our first trait is agreeableness. Basically, are you a yes man or a not yes man? And let's see what actually says here. Agreeableness is big 5 personality trait associated with how people weigh their own interests against those of others. Simply put, agreeableness is how much you pay attention to and care about others people's feelings, needs, and desires. Agreeable people are kind, nurturing, compliant, and trusting. Disagreeable people are competitive, tough, blunt, and skeptical. Personality psychologists have determined that there are 2 separable aspects of agreeableness: compassion and politeness. Compassion is about sensitivity to others' needs. caring for people, while politeness is about sensitivity to others, wants, attending to social norms, and pleasing others. So let's dig in.
Yeah, this first one is yours, right?
Yeah, so the first is me. So if you see the graph here, it says agreeableness 9th percentile, which means if I'm in a room with 100 people, 90 of them would be more agreeable than I am. And just 9 would be less agreeable than I am. So people who are low in agreeableness make blunt, skeptical, and honest partners. What do you say?
Yeah.
Blunt, honest, skeptical.
Very much, yeah.
Yeah. Less swayed to be by the emotions of other people, definitely. They are competitive and are willing to engage in conflict to get what they want. Most of the time, yes. They are skeptical of others all the time and do not easily excuse or ignore misbehavior or error.
Well, you learned to do that, but...
Yeah, I tried to.
Yeah. You're not showing that much as before.
But let's say this way. I'm a teacher. I teach English here in China. And when I see misbehaved child, I just lose interest in teaching them. That's it.
Yeah, and complain to me.
I complain all the time about that. So disagreeable people are not easily pushed around. Well, I tend to believe that I'm pushed around more than I want to, but is it easy?
Well, I think you just let the flow go, but you are very disagreeable about that. You will complain, you will say you don't want to do it, but you will do it.
All right. So I can make a compromise. Yeah. That's not that bad. So they make sure they get what they need and want. Do I?
I'm your wife, do you?
Well, I think I do. In the extreme, they can be stubborn and antagonistic, even ruthless.
Well, I don't know about ruthless, but yes.
I would say yes, ruthless. Now I'm not that ruthless because I just grew up and kind of channeled that, managed to control my ruthlessness. But when I was a kid, I was a bully at school. So that speaks for everything. People low in agreeableness are less likely to suffer from resentment or to harbor invisible anger. Less likely to suffer from resentment or to harbor. I wouldn't agree with that.
Well, this way here now it's not there, but sometimes it's there, I think.
Yeah, but it's not invisible anger, definitely. When I get angry, I get angry. I don't hide it.
Well, he when he's angry, he has, is it Wayne?
Yeah, Wayne.
Across his forehead. And I know he's angry, but he can hide it from everybody else. So it is invisible.
Okay, she knows me better than I do. Okay, in addition, because of their tendency to engage in conflict, when necessary, people low in agreeableness tend not to sacrifice medium to long-term stability and function for the sake of short-term peace.
What again?
I need to read it again. People low in agreeableness are less likely to suffer from resentment or harbor, blah, blah. In addition, because of their tendency to engage in conflict, when necessary, people low in agreeableness tend not to sacrifice medium to long-term stability and function for the sake. Yes, I would definitely interrupt the any kind of long-term stability just to prove myself right.
Yeah.
And I cause a lot of trouble for that. This means that problems that should be solved in the present are often solved and do not accumulate counterproductively across time. Yeah, I would agree. I tend, if I notice a problem, I tend to focus on that immediately, no matter how uncomfortable that is. This tendency to lower agreeableness can be increased by high levels of assertiveness and aspect of extroversion. This is something that we're not going to talk in the future. Okay, let's move to Sanya's agreeableness score.
Yeah. So Ivan is 9.
So I'm in the 9th percentile. She's in 65th. What that means, 64. If there were 100 people in the room, she would be more agreeable than 64 of them, which is quite a big difference compared to my 9th percentile. Do you want to read or shall I read?
You read.
Okay, your partner is typical or average in agreeableness. People who are typical in agreeableness can sometimes be sensitive, cooperative, trusting, and forgiving, and sometimes argumentative, competitive, and honest as romantic partners. Sensitive, definitely, as cooperative, I agree. Trusting, forgiving, definitely. Argumentative, only when you have a strong argument you engage in something like that, or if it's something like passionate.
Yeah.
Competitive.
Depends on what.
Yeah, if she's got interest, most of the time she doesn't. Honest, definitely. Yeah. Okay, they tend to employ both cooperative and competitive strategies and do not particularly avoid conflict. Definitely not avoid conflict.
No, but I tend not to have it.
Yeah. Okay.
Not to make it. So that's why I don't avoid it if it's there. But I do everything not to be there.
Okay.
To make it, right?
I mean, conflict, like example is she's the one who complains to our boss when it comes to salary. We work for the same boss, so she doesn't avoid conflict
anymore.
So that's why she doesn't work anymore. So she definitely doesn't avoid conflict. I think that's definitely true. Mm-hmm. They can defer to others, but can also take on position of authority.
You skip the sentence.
Which one is it? They are reasonably skeptical of others, but can excuse or ignore their partner's misbehavior and error. Yeah, you forgive me too much. I can make a mess and it's okay. They can defer to others, but can also take on positions of authority. Definitely take authority occasionally. People who are typical in agreeableness are typically willing to engage in enough conflict to avoid developing resentment in their relationship. Yeah, if something is going downhill, I'm first to know. Although they may also sometimes sacrifice medium to long-term stability for the sake of short-term peace. So, do you agree about that?
I don't think so. But okay, sometimes yes.
Do you want to speak more loudly, or should I?
Oh, sorry.
Should I increase the microphone volume? Okay, so implications of agreeableness as couples. So this part of the text is just about assessment based on our differences. And it goes like that. You are low in agreeableness and your partner is typical in agreeableness. This means two of you have somewhat different strategies for dealing with the world, which can be beneficial for you as a couple. Yeah. However, this may present a challenge within your relationship because you may have trouble understanding one another at times. I think the reason we don't have trouble understanding one another at times is because we talk openly about mostly everything, even the most bizarre things, like anything. You'll have to be careful to avoid the pitfalls of your respective personality traits. However, your relationship is fairly balanced in this trait overall. You and your partner are slightly different in agreeableness. This may present a problem to your relationship at times, although your difference is not very big. You may at times find it difficult to understand each other's motivations and actions, as well as have difficulties communicating your needs and negotiating.
Well, we don't have difficulties because I always ask when I don't understand.
Yeah, we have to keep that mindset that just be open about everything and ask straightly. Don't talk in metaphors, or don't try to soften something with words. Just be strict and open about everything and straight from the gun, as you say.
Yeah.
You will differ very slightly in your account to others and how concerned you are with emotional state of your partner, as well as your opinions of other people and your interpretations of their motives.
Well, maybe we will differ, but because I'm more agreeable, I will agree with him.
So she does what I say.
Well, is it?
I don't know. You can use your differences to your advantage, each helping one another to develop the virtues of opposite trait. Personality psychologists believe that differences in both aspects of agreeableness are linked to a cluster of genetic differences. Although it's possible to develop one's personality over time, it's also necessary to accept your initiate differences to some degree. I think that's the crucial thing, is accepting the differences. I completely agree with this last conclusion. Agreeableness behavioral roles. You're slightly lower in agreeableness than your partner, although you're in a similar agreeableness. You must still take on complementary roles in your relationship. You will tend to see your partners as a bit naive, over-sympathetic, and easily taken advantage of it. Oh, definitely. Yes, I would agree with this. And sometimes I do see you over-sympathetic and easily taken advantage of it, because people do tend to take advantage of her high agreeableness. She will accept to do anything, like just, yes, of course. Do you want to cook lunch for everybody? Yes, sure, why not? Do you want
If I can, I'll do.
Do you want a part-time job instead of full-time and get lower? Yes, of course. So that's, but I accepted the same thing, so we're same in that. Your partner may wish you could be less argumentative, self-oriented, more cooperative, more likely to apologize, and kinder. Do you? Or did I improve or something?
Well, I think I used to you as you.
Yeah, how long are we together? Like 10 years? What year is this? 2021?
Yeah, well, 10 years.
So we are 10 years together, and I think...
But before that, we were very good friends. So.
Yeah, so we know each other for...
Since 2008.
14 years, 13 years.
Yeah.
We were good friends, then we moved into a relationship, then married. And I think we improved over time.
Yeah, we beat the friend zone so we can everything.
Yes. You will be blunter, tougher, and more stubborn than your partner, as well as more likely to push things forward in the way you want them. I would say that going to China was my idea, and I kind of pushed that 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And she followed. You will have to be... Do you want to say something?
Yeah, he was vegetarian, I followed. He tried ketogenic diet. I followed.
Yeah, whatever lifestyle changes I make, she just follows me. But I didn't push any of that. I mean, I was...
Well, you didn't push you need to do that. You just influence that.
Yeah, when I get into something, especially like diets, I tend to talk a lot about that. So
You talk a lot about everything.
okay, I talk too much. You will have to be somewhat careful to make sure your partner does not feel taken advantage of. Do you feel?
No.
Okay, so I can keep going.
Yeah.
As this will cause problems such as resentment in the long run. You will also have to be somewhat careful to properly take these wishes and desires of your partner into account, not least particularly because your partner may struggle to be forthright with you about their needs. You will have to encourage your partner to communicate their needs.
No.
Yes, but this is something I really take care of. The typical example for this is I wanted to invest more money into YouTube and buying camera gear and studio, equipping our studio for the last 2 years. But I was waiting until that was her idea. So I didn't want to push that because I wasn't sure if that's something that she wants.
Yeah, but he didn't ask. He just talked about it very, very often. And then I just think about it very, very often. So
yeah, I brainwashed her. Your partner will be a more compassionate, caring, empathic, self-sacrificing, and polite than you. Your partner will take somewhat more account of and care for others, definitely. And will be more concerned with your emotional state than you are of theirs. I would agree. No? I think, yeah.
Well, maybe I am more, but that doesn't mean you're not.
Yeah, okay. I agree. In your day-to-day life together, you will be a little more likely to engage in conflict or negotiations on your joint behalf, while your partner will be perhaps more likely to manage others' emotions, send people cards and gifts, and to help others, like taking care of sick pet or child. Yeah, definitely. I'm not the one who... she even reminds me, like, today's your sister's birthday. You should send a message. So, yes. You can help your partner avoid the problems associated with being too accommodating and too likely to assume that everyone has only positive motives. Yeah, I only see negative. We'll get into that later. You can help your partner learn negotiate with difficult people. Yeah, like to stand up for yourself.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I can help you or you can help me.
I can help you.
But I don't think I have problem with that when I...
Yeah, she didn't actually have problems with that. That's why she's in the middle.
Yeah.
Not actually high in agreeableness, but somewhere middle.
If I care, I'll do. Again.
It depends on the circumstance. Yeah. And further, his or her own career, educational, and personal interests. Your partner can help you to think more about others and get along with them better, definitely. I never think about anyone else but myself. That's why I'm 9th percentile, but she often reminds me about that. Like, she even tells me like things like, oh, you should call your parents. And I say, yeah, maybe next week. and then I call them because she makes me. As well as to cooperate and trust when appropriate. You will sometimes have to be careful not to impose your own will so strongly that your partner's needs are ignored and neglected. Definitely something I need to work on. Your partner will have to make an effort to communicate his or her personal self-oriented needs in a straightforward manner. I think you do that quite often.
Yeah, I don't have to make effort.
Disclosure.
Yeah, I don't think I need to make an effort to do that. But maybe because now we are together that long time, so I learned how to do it with you.
Yeah, it wasn't easy at the start. Definitely wasn't easy at the beginning.
Yeah.
I was very tough at the beginning.
Don't fall in love with me.
Yeah, I was that guy who would say, I didn't want to say this, I was waiting for her to see how it works. She knows what I'm thinking about, but I'm waiting for her to start because I don't want to. So the thing was, when we started dating, both of us actually just slipped from one relationship.
Well, I had a year pause.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was shorter.
No, a
See,
year.
I'm so self-centered. Only care about me. We didn't start dating. It just happened because we were roommates at that time. And I was the guy who would say, oh, please don't fall in love with me. And then I fall in love with her. And she didn't know that because I didn't show. And it lasted like for 6 months before she finally got the courage to look, the things are like this. But ever since, I think I had a couple of more slips into that, not expressing my emotions and not being just oriented to your feelings. But especially when we finished college and kind of separated into a long distance relationship again, and but everything worked out fine. So let's go to the next trait. Agreeableness, your virtues and faults as a couple. That's going to be a long report. You will generally be able to stand up to each other when you disagree, and should be able to both put your point forward and listen well enough to so that negotiating with each other won't be too much of a problem. This will particularly true if one of both of you is also low in neuroticism. I'm not. You're likely to take turns leading and following, although you will lead somewhat more than you follow. Yeah, definitely. I got the initiative most of the times. Occasionally, one of you will be too pushy, the other comforting and resentful, but shouldn't happen with undue frequency. Yeah. Yes. You should also be able to discuss and negotiate successful with others in most cases, and to help each other in such endeavors. Definitely helping each other in that. Your partner is reasonably well disposed to other people and appropriately trusting without erring on the side of naivete. So many new words for me. You are somewhat less trusting of others. Definitely. Together you should still be able to benefit from the offer of cooperative endeavors, family, relationship, and friendship when they are available without taking advantage or being taken advantage of. Okay? In your sex life together, you're both likely to be able to ask for what you need and seek your own satisfaction while also serving the other's needs. Definitely. I think from the start that was the case. In some cases, one of you may lie about being satisfied or fake or
What?
But this is not particularly likely. Okay, that's a relief. You're unlikely to become resentful, as you should be able to communicate your own needs enough so that the other person can satisfy them. If and when you have children, we do have one child, you will tend toward harshness and discipline, while your partner will be reasonably firm but also appropriately caring. So this thing here, I would disagree, but basically because I was
He's aware of his harshness and discipline.
I'm aware of that trait for a long time, and I was the child who was treated harshly and disciplined. I wasn't like let's put it together because my mother is watching. I had strict rules at home. Let's make it like that.
Yeah.
So one of my missions as parent was to loosen the rules a little bit and give more freedom to our child. I think that's why this doesn't apply to me. In other words, your partner will tend toward an authoritative parenting style which is characterized by setting reasonable demands and being reasonably responsive to the needs or wishes of your children. You will tend toward an authoritarian parenting style which is characterized by setting relatively high demands and being less responsive to the needs and wishes of your children. Definitely disagree, but again, that's something I set for myself pretty consciously. I put a lot of thought in that, and I made a vlog about that a couple of days ago when was our daughter's birthday. I said my main goal as a parent is that my child is accepted for who she is, that she feel loved and happy. That's my parenting goal. Not the only one, but probably the main one, carved in stone. Together, you should aim for an authoritative parenting style where you're appropriately caring and demanding of your children. It's important to maintain consistency in parenting and to form a united front. You will have to learn how to jointly set boundaries so that more disagreeable partner is not too often the disciplinarian and the more agreeable partner too often parent who says yes and is likely not to be respected. Yeah, I think we switch roles.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm the one who says yes more often.
Well, you need to consider that we have a daughter and that father is...
Yeah, I'm very weak when it comes to her
blue-eyed, long lashes.
Desires.
Daddy, I love you, daughter.
Yes, but we do have rules for anything, for all the aspects. Actually, we do have rules, and we only set the rules that we also follow. So it's not like we can do that, but you can't. And sometimes we break them, but when we break the rules, all three of us break the rules. Yeah. Like one of the rules is very oriented towards nutrition, so no candies, no snacks, no nothing. But when we go out, like yesterday, we all had ice cream. It's not just daddy and mommy or only the child has ice cream. No, when we have ice cream, all of us have ice cream. That's
or chocolate in my case.
Or chocolate, yeah. All right, let's go with compassion. So that's another big trait. We're talking about big five. How long are we recording? 30 minutes already. So that's going to be a podcast.
Yeah.
Compassion is an aspect of the big five factor agreeableness. Simply put, it's a measure of a person's orientation toward the interests and needs of others, as opposed to their own interests and needs. People who score higher in compassion are more interested in concerns of other people, more likely to be described as caring and kind, and often have difficulty advocating on their own behalf. People who score lower in compassion are less interested in concerns of other people, less likely to be described as caring and kind, although they may certainly still be this way and are usually comfortable advocating on their own behalf. So basically how much you care about others.
Oh yeah, and this, although they may certainly still be this way, I think that's apply if you like the person. Like,
yeah, depending on the person. But let's see that this may be in general, on average. So let's see, you are low in compassion. And something I'm not proud of. But yeah, low in compassion, but really agree. 13th percentile. Your score I told you I was a bully in school. Your score puts you at the 13th percentile for compassion. If you were 100 people in a room, you would be lower in compassion, 86 of them, and higher in compassion than 13 of them. Okay. You're low in the aspect of compassion. This means you're not particularly oriented toward the problems of other people or their living things. That's true, but also not true. the way I see other people's problems is I immediately see when somebody expresses their problems, I tend to see the obvious solution for that problem, and that's when my low compassion part kicks in. Like, how didn't you see yourself? Like, there is an easy fix for your problem. That's when I get nervous and when I lose patience with listening to their problems. And that's why I turn off when someone complains about their problems because it's raining. What can you do about it? You can't do nothing except like stay at home, take taxi, or open umbrella. No other things. See, I'm nervous even now. So let's see. You will be comfortable engaging in conflict and in competition with your partner, even if it makes him or her experience negative emotion.
No.
Slightly disagree. I tend to avoid hurting other people. Maybe because I was aware of the fact that I was a bully at school. So I focused on no more hurting other people on purpose. That's one of my rules. You will ensure your own needs and interests are attended to, and you may be less likely to do nice things for your partner if he or she doesn't ask.
No.
No? All right. So it doesn't apply to partners, but maybe for other people.
Yeah. Well, you made me a cake. I didn't ask for a cake for my birthday. You do things.
All right. I run another YouTube channel where I try to help people heal themselves. So
yes.
Yeah, that doesn't count. This doesn't necessarily mean you're a selfish person. It just means you won't sacrifice your own well-being for another person unless you have good reason. That's true.
Yeah. But you love me and Natasha, so.
But yeah. People, including your partner, are likely to come to you for the cold, hard truth, but they won't always see you as empathetic and caring. No. You don't think so?
I will come for cold, hard truth, but it's not right that I always see you as empathetic.
Okay.
Second part of sentence, not true.
All right. So you do see me as empathetic and caring.
Yes.
Although I
towards me and towards Natasha, yes, and sometimes towards others.
Yes, but I do have a tendency to say the cold hard truth.
Of course, yes, but maybe if I came to you to hear the cold hard truth, why will I think you are empathetic and not caring?
But maybe I think that applies for the things where you don't want to, like when you ask me how's my hair and I say it looks like shit, or whatever. How's my dress and you like the dress and I say it looks like it looks horrible. So did you come for the truth, or maybe you came to?
When I seek for compliment, I do it another way.
Yeah, see. She found a workaround. You're likely to be a good negotiator and won't be prone to being exploited in your romantic relationship or otherwise. I actually don't consider myself to be a good negotiator, mainly because I push for the hard, cold truth that makes me piss people off, and they just...
But it's in your romantic relationship.
In a relationship, but isn't this in general?
Yeah, yes, but it says in your romantic relationships or otherwise.
Or otherwise. Yeah. In a relationship, I can negotiate, yes, but otherwise, I'm not always the best at that. Because when I hear the first no, I tend to get upset. Something I need to work on.
Yeah.
You're also less likely to harbor resentment or anger in your relationship because you're likely to communicate your needs. Yes. Because I always say what I want means I don't have that hidden signals and that stuff. So you always know what I want, and you don't make me angry, and I don't make you angry. All right, your partner is typical or average in compassion. So again, a slight difference, 13 and 61. Okay, so let's go. Your partner is typical in the aspect of the compassion. People who are typical in compassion are reasonably interested in problems of other people and other living things. Definitely true. They are somewhat concerned about helping other people, including their partner, avoid negative emotion. Definitely help me, but are willing to stand their ground even when others get upset. Happened just an hour ago. They make time and do kind things for their partner all the time, like cooking every day.
Yeah, even what do you want to eat? I don't mind.
But
very helpful.
Yeah, but balance that with fulfilling their own needs and interests. Definitely fulfill your own needs, interests. Mm-hmm. They have a soft side, but are not pushovers. Agree. Other people, including their romantic partners, consider them reasonably sympathetic and nice, and will sometimes turn to them for a listening ear. Man, she can listen.
Man, he can talk.
They can be empathetic and caring. However, they are not primarily other-oriented, so they can negotiate effectively in their own behalf in a relationship. Yeah, I would agree that when you want something, you find your way. This helps ensure that they get what they deserve and shields them from the development of resentment within relationship.
Yep.
That's definitely true. So let's see implication of compassion as a couple. We didn't read this. That's the furthest we went. 42. We're good. You're low in the aspect of compassion, and your partner is typical in the aspect of compassion. You and your partner are slightly different in this aspect. This may present a problem to your relationship at times, although your difference is not very big. You may find it difficult to understand each other's motivations, perceptions, and actions having to do with this aspect. However, a slight difference in one aspect can be mitigated by a better match on the other trait aspects. I think we again mitigate this with openness and just the ability to communicate with each other on a daily basis and express our needs and desires and thoughts.
Yes. Well, we are together for 10 years and we never shout at each other. Never fight as a fight. Yeah, conflict, yes, but fight, never.
We never had a real fight. We had some conflicts and disagreements, but they were solved by dialogue, by talk, and compromise. You're likely to be comfortable engaging in conflict, even if it makes your partner experience negative emotion. Your partner is likely to be capable of engaging in conflict, although he or she will be a bit more concerned about causing your negative emotion. If you are careful to discuss your concerns as they arise, you will be unlikely to harbor resentment against one another. I really don't have any thought on that.
Yeah.
You will ensure your own needs are met before doing kind things of others. Deeply, I agree. But I also tend to meet her needs and then ask for my. But yeah, I agree. Your partner will strike a balance between doing kind things for others and advocating on his or her own behalf. people are likely to come to you for the cold, hard truth and to your partner for a balanced perspective. Yeah, you definitely give a better perspective. I will, if I think if I think you're making a mistake and things you're doing or saying are both, I'll say it straight. You can help your partner develop the virtues of lower compassion, such as being able to advocate for oneself, and your partner can help you develop the virtues of higher compassion, such as being caring and sympathetic. Mostly agree.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the politeness part. I mean, we all know what politeness is. Politeness is an aspect of the big 5-factor agreeableness. Simply put, it's a measure of a person's obedience, deference to authority, and their sensitivity to social norms. People who score high in politeness and differential.
People who score higher in politeness are
differential, respectful of norms, and conflict averse. People who score lower in politeness are less differential, less respectful of norms, and more comfortable challenging other people. People who are high in compassion avoid conflict for fear of making others feel negative emotion, while people who are high in politeness avoid conflict fear of making themselves feel negative emotion. It's important to know that the term politeness is a bit of a misnomer. While the name implies that people who allow impoliteness might be impolite or even rude, this is certainly not always the case. So pay attention to that. The majority of people who receive a low score in politeness are pleasant, reasonable people who also have a tendency to question authority and challenge others. Also pay attention to that. Comedians and other humorous people tend to be low in politeness. I'm not a comedian, but look at that, 12 percentile. Could be one, look. Your score puts you at the 12th percentile for politeness. If you were one of 100 people in a room, you would be lower in politeness than 87 of them and higher in politeness than 12 of them. So pretty damn low. And let's see what that means in my case. You're low in the aspect of politeness. This means you're unlikely to be obedient or differential to authority. Definitely. I had so much trouble in high school.
Why are you looking at me? I didn't know you were asking.
I couldn't agree to a single rule in high school. Nothing made sense there. Even now the rule is not to shave. The rule is to shave. And I changed the rule in the school. In China, having a beard is seen as filthy. When they try to depict criminals, they draw them with beards and piercings. I used to have piercings, now I don't. But the rule is to hide tattoos. I teach with my tattoos, so definitely, even the fact that I have tattoos, it somehow depicts that.
I have tattoos, I am not like that.
Oh, now it's nobody can see yours. So that's something that this is so precise. I can't believe how precise this is.
Do you want water?
I might like something like that. You may be very respectful, but only to those who earn it. Yes. If you're authentic and you have any knowledge in your field and you make the rule or model or whatever that makes sense to me, I can respect that very deeply.
Yeah, even if he doesn't agree with that.
Yeah, that's why I like Jordan's Peterson work, because everything that he says here makes sense. Mm. Even if it doesn't, I try to rationalize it. You're likely to be willing to push back against someone when you are challenged. I am. You are, and that sometimes can cause trouble because I tend to push back more than I should have. You are more comfortable than average with confrontation and may even enjoy it. Yes, but as I said, I'm aware of that and I tend to control it because sometimes it's what's too much, it's too much. You don't avoid conflict, at least not for fear of experiencing negative emotion during the conflict. For me, I think it goes when someone or something triggers me into conflict, I'm going all in. So it's either I'm in conflict or I'm not in conflict. But if there is a trigger, if somebody pushes the button, boy, you don't want that. You agree?
Yeah.
She knows. She can't say no. You do not avoid conflict, blah, blah. You may find yourself in trouble from time to time. That's what I just said. You are fairly unconcerned with social norms and will find yourself questioning them. Why the hell do we have to wear masks? Especially if you are also high in openness to experience. You are likely to be very skeptical, and as such, you may have trouble fitting in at the bottom of dominance hierarchies due to your incessant questioning. Yes, I used to work in these environments where I did physical labor mainly. I couldn't fit in ever because I would question everything. Like I would try to find more efficient ways to do things, and people who were my managers or whatever, they would disagree with me because they were on higher level and they wanted to be right, but I knew deeply I was right. So that caused a lot of problem. I couldn't do these jobs. Even here in school, when there is someone who has higher authority, I would speak up, but it never works because they just want for themselves, and then I stop caring and I do the least amount of work that I do and to get paid. That's how it works. You are likely to be a dominant type rather than submissive type, especially if you are low in neuroticism, which I'm not, or high in assertiveness. I don't remember that.
You're low. That was the first one.
Oh, see, I'm also forgetful. All right, let's see. How about Sanya? You got like 2 sentences here. And I have a novel. So she's, again, total opposite. I'm 12th percentile, she's 65th percentile. Your partner scores, okay, your partner is typical in politeness. So again, average. People who are typical in politeness can be differential to authority, but can also be challenging when necessary. So it's like a balance.
Yeah.
So she balances much better than I do. They are not particularly obedient. So what I read here, you're obedient when it makes sense.
Yes, when I want to.
They can be respectful, but it will also push back if pushed. Yeah.
Again, when I want to.
They are not made uncomfortable by the necessity of standing up to other people, including their partners.
Yes.
Yes, typically polite people will avoid conflict reasonably, but are not completely averse to confrontation. So again, find the golden
that was
ratio.
I said at first. I don't like conflict, so I won't make conflict. I'll do everything not to come to conflict.
Okay, let's see. Implications of politeness as a couple. You're low in the aspect of politeness, and your partner is typical in the aspect of politeness. You and your partner are slightly different in this aspect. This may present a problem to your relationship at times. Although your difference is not very big, Okay. You may find it difficult to understand each other's motivations, perceptions, and actions having to do with this aspect. Again, we solve this potential problem with talk. Just chatting at least like for 30 minutes every day. We can't say we talk all day to each other, even though we spend all day together.
Yeah, when we were roommates in college, we could spend all day just asking each other, do you want coffee, are you hungry?
Yes, but my tendency not to engage in chit chat means that I will only talk if something is very important, and when I see forthcoming problem, I'll address that and solve it, or just address my emotional state. Something I learned alongside with her is to express my emotions openly, and intentions and desires, and that's how we balance that. So if you're someone who has opposing values here and traits, that you just our suggestion is just talk more and talk openly.
Yeah, I don't see this as it says that it will be problem in the relationship. I see it like we complete each other.
Yeah, the different pieces of a puzzle.
Yeah.
A slight difference in one aspect can be mitigated by a better match on other traits and aspects, however. Again, you can turn, as she said, this mismatch as a just fitting perfectly.
I'm learning from him, he's learning from me.
So we meet each other in the middle, basically.
Yeah.
Because you're low in politeness, you will not be very obedient or differential to authority. Yes, this is something, let's give you an example of that. My duty is to do dishes, and I would postpone that, not something I'm proud to say, but I would postpone that for a week. Sometimes 5 days to a week. I would let the dishes pile and I just don't walk into a kitchen. And then she would, every Monday usually, she comes to me and, could you do the dishes please? And I have all these things on my mind that I want to do, and at that moment I get pissed. And I'm not very polite when I say, do I have to do it now? But I
but
do
I
it.
know he will react like that.
So she's prepared to that, and I do it anyways.
And I don't do dishes. And you will see why.
Yeah.
Later.
Your partner can defer to authority and will usually be reasonably, although not markedly, obedient. You're likely to enjoy challenging authority and engaging in conflict. And your partner will be comfortable with these things only when he or she sees that they are clearly necessary. Yes. I do engage in a conflict even if it's not necessary. Like when we are at the family gatherings and someone starts talking about politics or just sharing any opinions that are opposing to mine, I cannot not engage in a conflict. I just must say what I think and ruin everybody's experience, especially my own, but everybody else's too. That's how it works. You risk being more confrontational than necessary. Exactly. That the best put. But your partner's tendencies may help balance you out. Yeah, she'll just stop it. You will tend to play a fairly dominant behavioral role, particularly if you are also high in assertiveness and an aspect of extroversion. While your partner will not be particularly dominant or submissive, your tendencies may encourage your partner to be more submissive, however. I think I do encourage you.
To be more submissive?
Do I? No.
I am submissive.
Okay. This long word spelled very weirdly, but I thought it was spelled differently. It should be consciousness. Consciousness. I think that's the word. Can't read it too long.
I don't want to try.
Is a big 5 personality trait associated with attention to detail, hard work, persistence, and orderliness, as well as adherence to rules, standards, and processes. Consciousness people are careful, reliable, organized, self-disciplined, and persevering. Unconscientious people, man, you should use different word. People tend to be more laid back, less orderly, more inconsistent, and less reliable. They are more likely to procrastinate and are less likely to persist when pursuing their goals. Personality psychologists have determined that there are 2 separable aspects of consciousness, I don't know, industriousness and orderliness. Industriousness is associated with the hardworking, dedicated, responsible, and dependable aspect of consciousness. Orderliness is associated with attention to detail, discuss sensitivity, organization, and precision. We will first discuss your results for the trait of whatever overall, and later is 2 aspects. You're typical of average in this trait.
You, not me.
Yes, that's me. You, I mean me. Go back to first. So people with typical levels of this can be flexible, spontaneous, and non-judgmental, and also sometimes dedicated, reliable, and committed as romantic partners. I would 100% agree. It sounds strange that you can be both flexible, spontaneous, and also reliable and committed.
Yeah, that's why I think that the other above, what was it? When you asked me, are you like that? And I said, no, you're caring towards me. I think because of this.
Okay. So if they feel they have made mistake in the relationship, they are likely to feel a normal amount of guilt and shame, definitely. As romantic partners, people with typical consciousness will likely put enough effort to make relationships succeed, but may also sometimes avoid the work needed to maintain the relationship. Okay. I didn't have much experiences in different relationships. This is my second long-term relationship, but I don't think that I avoided work ever.
Yeah.
So I would disagree with that. They may occasionally make excuses and waste time, but will also work hard when necessary. That's what I did today. I spent whole morning trying to write my 500 words for the novel I'm working on. And instead of doing that, I was filming my vlogs. And now instead of doing something else, I'm doing this. But when I put myself together, I tend to do more than...
But you didn't waste time. I was wasting time. I was playing cards.
All right, I didn't waste time. I was filming my vlog, which is my daily pursuit of filming vlogs. So I found a useful way to procrastinate. Put it like that. They will be about as interested in marriage as the average person, as they're typically or normally goal-oriented. Yeah, nothing special about that. All right, how about, oh man, your partner is low in whatever. Now you have a novel.
What?
Novel.
I know.
People who are low in make relaxed, flexible, and non-judgmental romantic partners. Flexible, definitely. Non-judgmental. I barely get judged. I just get laughed at. See? They are not obsessive, rigid, or tyrannical. Nope. They tend to be less dutiful. What's that supposed to be? Like, no, No sense of duty, obligations.
Well, read it.
However, and are not predisposed to work hard unless pushed by external forces. What do you think?
I don't think so.
Depends.
Yeah.
What's the task? Sometimes I think you wouldn't start doing something because, like, we'll go further in that, but you wouldn't like spend 5 minutes in cleaning the bathroom because you would rather spend 1 hour, but you don't want to spend 1 hour, so you skip these 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's, I think, how that describes. So if you can't give 100%, you would just not do it.
Yes.
As romantic partners, they may sometimes avoid the work necessary to make the relationship succeed. I don't see that. Again, probably because she cares. They like to live in the moment and figure things out as they go. I'm the one who prepares. She just waits for the thing to come, which can make them fun to be around. Particularly if they are also extroverted. You're not. They're less ambitious than other people.
Yeah.
Yes. And may come off as underachievers, definitely. Not living to their full potential, I would say.
Yes.
They're also relatively unconcerned by failure and tend to formulate situation explanations for lack of success.
Yes.
Rather than taking personal responsibility.
Well, I don't think it's as much as of responsibility. Is it as much I don't care?
And not very competitive.
Yeah. I am responsible, but I just don't care.
They may be prone to making excuses and wasting their time.
Yeah.
How many times have you seen Big Bang Theory?
Well, I think I saw it one time, but I listened to it many, many times.
That's...
It's even worse.
People who are unconscious may be less interested in marriage.
Well, marriage as in paper, yes, but as to being together, no.
I think that this depends on the culture where you're from.
Yeah.
We come from a very traditionally oriented culture where marriage is like something you must do.
Yeah, but I'm not interested in marriage as to be married. I'm interested to be with you, whatever.
Okay. As they're less goal-oriented and may be less bothered by an undefined relationship or one that is not progressing. Okay. I hope this is progressing. Implications of as a couple. You are... How are we with the battery? It's 22. Perfect. Only 1 hour, 10 minutes? We still have like 50 minutes before we need to go. We'll finish that. Although we are in the middle.
Shut up. Continue.
Your typical and your partner's is low. This means that two of you have somewhat different strategies for dealing with the world again, which can be beneficial for you as a couple. However, this may present a challenge with your relationship because you may have trouble understanding one another at times. You'll have to be careful to avoid the pitfalls of your respective personality traits. Overall, however, your relationship is fairly balanced in this trait. You and your partner are slightly different in blah. You may occasionally find it difficult to understand each other's drives and motivations and what you find important. Let's see this.
Well, yes.
Yes? You don't understand my drives and motivations?
Well, I do understand, but I don't think it's that important as you think it's important.
Oh. Okay. But I would agree, I sometimes don't understand your drives and your motivations. I can't say that.
Why?
Yeah. No.
Is it true?
No, never mind.
Say.
No.
Why?
You may sometimes disagree on the best course of action in particular situation. Yeah, we do. And I usually win. Except when I don't. You will also occasionally differ in your drive for achievement and ambition. Yes. Yes.
How do you say pizza is love in English?
Peculiar.
No, that's very...
Nitpicky.
Yeah, he's nitpicky.
I'm nitpicky. And in how disturbed you are by disorder and chaos. With the partner lower in conscientiousness, less bothered, the two of you may disagree in the same manner about how carefully, quickly, and effectively household tasks need to be done. Yeah, done. You may find you want slightly different lifestyles, and you may also have trouble dividing the household labor fairly if your standards do not line up. This may result in minor, infrequent conflict, although this is not very likely. We'll go back to that, or shall we go with it?
Yes.
This implies about how we react to order and chaos. And when we started dating, I'm a person who wants everything to be put in its place, and my room usually was very tidy. If my room is not tidy, it means something is wrong here. And when I notice that, I just start cleaning and everything goes up. And that's another reason why I like Jordan Peterson, because he described something that I already knew, but I didn't have words for that. But when she would come, because we were in a long distance relationship, she would come every other weekend to visit me and stay there for a weekend. And the moment she enters, she would make a mess in my room. I would hate that. And now we have agreement. My desk is tidy, the rest of the house is not. And because when there was only two of us, that was okay. But three of us and two of them untidy, what can I do except sit on your desk, make it clean and everything in its place. The rest of the house, complete mess. And I even start to go into other direction with not doing the dishes for a week, or things that I just don't find pleasing. I just now see them and think, well, maybe I don't need to do them, and I can leave it like that.
Well, I tidying up when I'm nervous or angry, and it's not very often, so that's why it's not very tidy every day here.
When you speak, it's like too...
I'm sorry.
I can make it louder. You can use your differences to your advantage, each helping one another to develop the virtues of the opposite trait. That's exactly what we did. Personality psychologists believe that differences in both aspects of conscious are linked to cluster of genetic differences. Okay, although it's possible to develop one's personality over time, it's also necessary to accept that's exactly what I did. I accepted that I'm living in a mess. And now I just need to take care that I don't stumble upon things. Just watch your step. Behavioral roles. You're slightly higher in the other thing. At times your partner may see you as rigid, judgmental, obsessive, what did you say, nitpicky, and overly hardworking. You may view your partner as lazy, messy, and careless at times.
Yes.
I do, but I accepted that. And sometimes I think I'm wrong. You will be somewhat more orderly, industrious, ambitious, work-oriented, driven, efficient, and prone to failure. Related shame, yes, prone to failure-related shame. I didn't read this well. Oh man, this hits me in the heart.
Then your partner will be.
And guilt, then your partner will be. That just, yes. You are also a bit more likely to succeed in your work or educational pursuits than your partner. See? Although I'm unsuccessful. mostly. Your partner will be a little less likely to obsess about small details, work to the exclusion of all else, and to overcome with ambition. Like, this is what happened yesterday. We were out taking photos, and we were waiting for that golden hour, which is hour and 30 minutes into that golden hour. She packed her camera in the bag, and I was like, oh man, we're waiting for this whole day, and she's like not taking photos. And I mean, I know what you mean now, but at that time I thought, oh man, she's wasting 30 minutes of golden hour.
But we were underground all time.
Doesn't matter. Work as hard as you can. You will have somewhat higher sensitivity and lower threshold for cleaning, tidying, and organizing than your partner. That's something we discussed. This could mean that you end up doing most of this type of work. She's doing the laundry, and nobody cleans ever. We live in dirt. Since you're more sensitive of it, you will have to take care to divide this household task fairly and agree on reasonable stances together. We tend to divide that. You will be a bit more likely to want to be doing something productive or cleaning up and tidying and organizing rather than relaxing. I can't relax. I don't know how to relax. Last time I relaxed, I don't know. The moment I sit down to relax, it is like I start thinking, what else useful could I be doing? And
your watch doesn't agree with you.
My watch is broken.
He can sit that still, that his watch is timing napping time or sleeping time if it's early in the morning.
Nope.
Yes.
You don't know what's going on here.
Well,
that's hard work. Hard labor.
Your watch says you are relaxed, so.
Broken watch. This could mean that you end up doing most blah blah blah. You will be a bit more likely to want. That's I read that.
Yeah, your partner.
Your partner will be somewhat more likely to take time off work to attend other things like leisure, family, travel, and fun. Yeah, if I have to take time of work, I mean meaningful work, not the school work. I mean work like writing, YouTube, editing, whatever I do that's the work I'm not paid for yet.
Well, you're not paid much for this other work.
So I'm not paid basically. But work that's meaningful to me, if I have to give it up for leisure or family, I'm sorry, mom and dad and all of others, travel and fun, it's very hard to sacrifice that.
Yeah.
That's why that's why we don't socialize much, because of me. Basically, I think that's the reason.
Well, money is the reason.
No, that's not money. Your partner can help you to be more relaxed, take things less seriously, and take time off. Yeah, when she doesn't work, she doesn't work. Like today, I felt like I don't want to work, but I work. Anyways, while you can help your partner to apply for him or herself to work hard and pursue goals, do I help you?
Yeah.
What way?
By talking and talking and talking and talking.
Just shut up, Oliver.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do it. Just
shut up. Your virtues and faults as a couple. The two of you differ somewhat in how hard you like to work and how clean you like to keep things. At times you may feel like partner isn't working hard enough and like he or she is too messy and careless. We discussed that. The two of you may occasionally clash about how carefully, quickly, and effectively household tasks, for example, need to be done. Although you may find a solution that works for both of you, we did find it. Consciousness predicts marital stability and a low likelihood of divorce. Since your partner is low, he or she may be predisposed to have a less stable marriage. And to experience divorce. Have you been divorced?
No.
Good. Me neither. On the other hand, you will...
Well, my boyfriend before you leave me. So yes.
Yeah, so. On the other hand, you will be neither more likely nor less likely than average to engage in behaviors that increase the likelihood of these outcomes. You may be able to improve the stability by developing behaviors that help keep everything in check, such as regular conversations with your romantic partner. That's exactly what we did. Low conscientiousness, oh man, predicts indefinite infidelity in a relation. What idiot. Although many other traits and personal choices affect their behavior as well. You will be somewhat more likely to pursue academic and career success. If I didn't pursue academic because I didn't know what that means when I was in the university. I didn't know you could make a career. But now, when I think that would be ideal career for me, just sitting and writing and shitting on things. But yeah, I do care about careers and work hard to I do my best to work hard. While you not that you don't do, but you're not obsessed.
Yeah, I'm not obsessed, and I need someone to tell me to do it.
Your partner is more likely to choose a career that is not too taxing and that will allow him or her free time he or she wants. Yes, that definitely. I would. You would like my job is done for today. That's how I see when we do this photography that we started. She does some kind of work every day, whatever that work is, either taking photos or editing or uploading. But when she's finished, she's finished. I'm finished when I go to bed. And I go to bed when I can't open my eyes anymore.
Yeah, and dream about it.
And then I dream about it. I just can't stop working. That's the thing with me. You make more money than your partner at the moment. Since predicts income, depending on your specific situation, this may cause some imbalance in the relationship. I'm the accountant, so that's okay. This may mean your partner gets to benefit from your money and status, or clean home and organized life. I'm fine with.
Yeah, I'm even giving my salary to him, and he gives me allowance for a month. And
Yeah,
that's it.
she's got allowance. This is how much you can spend.
Yes.
You may feel a bit taken advantage. I hope no feminists are looking at this. I'll be crucified. Especially if you do not feel like partner is pulling his or her weight. This may cause problems in your relationship if you don't handle it well. Just to note, I don't get allowance. I don't get any allowance. But she does, so she is in advantage.
Yes.
See? I'm a feminist. No. You're also a bit more likely to be responsible with money. Just what we said. And will be more likely to feel guilty about inappropriate spending and saving habits. Exactly. But man, she can save a lot of money. Your partner will be a bit less guilt-prone and so is likely to be less concerned with responsible financial behavior.
Well, I think we have a background. We grow up to thank to that.
In poverty, basically. So we're both are very conscious about spending money. So our financial goal is spend way less than you earn, no matter how much you earn. So sometimes it's we had to learn it the hard way once we get out of that really borderline poverty and started earning somewhat more significantly. We continue spending the majority of earnings because that's what you do when you don't earn enough. You spend everything you have and you go in debt. And even if you start earning more money, You just have a habit of spending everything you have. Now just you have more to spend. But we over the years we learned how to save and invest and just organize budgets. So it was learned the hard way, but yeah, we learned. Industriousness is an aspect. So we are at the aspect number 5, 13% of battery.
That's 4.
4?
You showed 4 and said 5.
And it is 4. I'm looking at 350. Let's speed it up in 30 minutes. And pay attention to battery if it dies.
Oh, it's 3?
It's 3.
13.
Mm-hmm. Industriousness is an aspect of Big 5. Simply put, it's a measure of how much a person values hard work and how guilty they feel when they do not meet expectations. People who are higher in industry tend to finish what they start, they adhere to schedules, and feel shame when they fail to meet their obligations. People who are lower in the industriousness are more likely to procrastinate, to fail behind on schedules, and they do not feel as guilty when they fail to meet their obligations. Industriousness predicts person's income and success in academic and workplace settings, in particular in managerial and administrative roles. You're typical of average, so 44, that average. Nothing special here. This means you're about average in terms of how much you value hard work. It depends on the work, I would say. How little I care about my work at school compared to how much I work about my writing or my YouTube puts me in the middle.
Yeah.
You will reasonably concerned with schedules, timelines, and efficiency, although not particularly so. Yeah, I have schedule for everything. I have worksheet for everything. Every aspect of my life, I have a worksheet, including budget. That's what it's supposed to have, but not the things that I have. You're likely to feel a normal and appropriate amount of guilt when you do not do your duty or meet your obligations. I do feel guilty if I don't do at least one meaningful thing in a day. You may sometimes judge others harshly, and you're likely to believe that person's own mistakes and failings as well as external circumstances are both important reasons for their failures. I usually blame my persons. Let's see again. I think person's own mistakes are more important. So maybe this isn't as accurate, or I didn't answer questions as accurately. I would put myself higher on this, definitely. Okay, so let's see. Your partner is low in industriousness. 22nd percentile. So half. People who are low are less likely to be successful in school and administrative and managerial positions.
Well, I do have a master's degree.
And I don't.
And he doesn't. But I needed 2 years to accomplish that degree instead of 1, as it should be.
That's the reflection.
Yeah.
Okay. If they are highly intelligent, then they tend to be regarded as underachievers. That's the truth. They focus less on work than others and are more likely to procrastinate, miss deadlines, or fail to complete assignments or projects completely.
Okay, I didn't fail, but miss deadlines, and yes.
Well, yeah, you postponed it for a year.
Yes. Well, 2 years if you... We started school in 2008 and I finished in 2015.
Yeah. Okay.
5 years of schooling in 7 years.
One for graduate and one for postgraduate, so that's 2 years.
Yeah.
They put off responsibilities, concentrating more on fun, worry, relationship, excitement, or creative endeavor. Yeah, they aren't concerned with schedules, timelines, or efficiency. You never made a schedule for anything. I was making them for 15 years or so. And usually have been supervised excessively before their task will be completed. They tend to lack focus and are easily distracted.
Yeah, because I don't clean my room when I was a teenager. Because I don't clean my room, my mother made me to do it once a month. And I do it all day because I find something, oh, look, I have this, let's do that. Something like that.
Yeah, or when I spend like 5 minutes talking to her.
Yeah.
And I have a digression. And then
And then he said, of course you do.
And she saw something, a shiny object. Although a low score in industriousness may mean a person doesn't always work hard, this trait has other virtues such as non-critical attitude and a laid-back approach to life. That's definitely a virtue I need. People low in industriousness are not judgmental to themselves or others. They let people, including themselves, off the hook. They believe that people fail not because they don't apply themselves or hard work, but because chance and luck play determined roles.
Yeah, that's not true.
That's not true. Okay.
I'm in fault because I didn't do it on time.
All right, so it's your fault.
Yes.
It's not anybody's else.
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't care.
Careless.
Yeah.
They are resistant to guilt. There we go. Self-disgust or self-contempt, and have a very
Laces.
I have no idea. Someone in the comments, if you reach this far, tell me what's this. Whatever will be. Okay, Sarah.
Yep.
All right. Implications of industriousness as a couple. You're a typical and your partner is low. You and your partner are slightly different in this aspect. This may present a problem to your relationship at times, although your difference is not very big. You may find it difficult to understand. We've sorted out because your partner is low, have trouble managing household. We sorted out, like paying the bills on time. I pay the bills, maintaining the home.
Well, and
nobody does it.
Yeah, but paying bills on time, I said it. I am responsible for that's important thing. I never were late to pay the bills when I was living alone.
Okay. But I'm just saying that I took that
off. Of course, yes, because 2 times, maybe 3 times, these things said that I'm irresponsible. I'm not. I'm very responsible when it's important.
Okay, we trust you. You will be able to do these things reasonably well. Your partner may have trouble supporting him or financial, holding down a job. There maybe in some other economy here is very different. While you will likely have little troubles with this, again, maybe in another economy, your partner's life likely to adhere to a schedule or routine. Yeah, I never have a routine. Do you?
No.
It may seem a little chaotic to outsiders. You will stick to schedules reasonably well. I try to stick to them and to improve them all the time. Your partner is likely to feel he or she is putting on fires or reacting to situations rather than being proactive. Are you? You will likely balance reacting and being proactive. I do both, I think. Your partner may be prone to showing up late to engagements, while your partner will be show up on time most of the time. I don't think you're ever late.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start working at 1, you get dressed at 11. Your partner will feel, dressed for work.
Yeah.
We are not naked all the time. Your partner feel less guilt than perhaps ideal when he or she hurts you.
What? You didn't read it that right. Your partner will feel less guilt. No.
Let's talk about that.
What?
Sometimes you laugh at me when I don't want you to laugh at me, and
Well, you're funny always.
see, no guilt. While you will likely feel a normal amount of guilt in this situation,
You need to laugh more.
We'll get into that. Do we have time? No.
That's the funniest thing.
You're both reasonably likely to be able to enjoy your time of work together and unplugged and relax, blah, blah, blah. You will enjoy a good balance of work and obligations and laid back fun together. Your partner's temperament may encourage you to become more laid back. That does encourage me occasionally when we watch movies. And your temperament, but not any movies.
Yeah.
It needs to be meaningful movie, well-made movie. Not.
I'm a big fan of Marvel movies, but I cannot force him to watch it.
Encourage your partner to be a little more hardworking and efficient. Okay, you might occasionally judge your partner harshly for his or her feelings, but this shouldn't happen with undue frequency.
Do you do that?
I don't. Your partner is... Oh, I do sometimes.
You do because you judge me because of my feelings.
What?
You might occasionally judge your partner harshly for her feelings. Failings.
Failings.
Feelings. Okay, yes, you do.
I do.
But I don't care.
See? Your partner is unlikely to judge you harshly. Mostly not. You may sometimes see your partner as a bit lazy. Sometimes.
Everybody who knows me.
And your partner might see you as high-strung, but the two of you should strike a good balance. Yet again, it's two pieces of a puzzle. So I think it works perfectly. Orderliness, we discussed that. Orderliness, that big five factor can simply put, it's a measure of how disturbed the person is by disorder. I don't think we have to go through this because we already went. Highly, okay. Whether it be a physical...
Yeah, I know we don't have much time, but we can continue tomorrow.
No, we'll finish that. Whether it be a physical mess or...
Because it won't be pretty.
Okay, let's go. But we still have 17 minutes.
Okay, let's do it. But don't do it that quickly. I don't understand you.
Okay. Orderliness is an aspect of the big five factor conscientiousness. Simply put, it's a measure of how disturbed a person is by a disorder, whether it be physical mess or a disorganized schedule. People who are higher in orderliness tend to like cleaning and organizing, to use lists, schedules, and routines. That's me, and they prefer to control things rather than letting them happen. They are more judgmental in their attitude. People who are lower in orderliness tend to not to mind messes, and they do not tend to plan their lives in much detail. They prefer to let things happen rather than control them. They are less judgmental than in their attitude. So you are high in orderliness. I'm in 80th percentile. And what that means? This means you're likely to be more disturbed, disgusted, and upset by mess and chaos. But, as I said, I learned to be less.
He put his chair so he doesn't see it all the time.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wall or monitor most of the times. You are more likely to see the world in black and white, yep, as opposed to in shades of gray. You're likely to be at least somewhat judgmental in your attitude towards others. You're a planner, and you likely enjoy using schedules and lists. As I said, I have a schedule for everything. You won't want to let things unfold without intervention. You're likely to be detail-oriented, but you may sometimes lose the forest for the trees. Yep, agree. So, look, I'm 80th percentile and she's 9th. two polarities, basically. Your partner is low in the aspect of orderliness. People low are not disturbed, upset, or disgusted by mess, disorder, and chaos. They simply don't notice such things. Or if they do, they don't care. Again.
I do notice, but I don't care.
They see the world in shades of gray, not in black and white. Lucky you. And are very non-judgmental, and devil-may-care in their attitudes toward themselves and others, including their romantic partner. They don't use schedules, lists, or routines, and even if they plan, rarely implement those plans, preferring to take things as they come and let chance determine the outcome. I think you learned some of these from me, like shopping lists.
Yeah. But I do shopping lists just because I forget something always.
They are not oriented toward detail and do not abide by rules or procedures. Yeah. Okay. People who are low in orderliness don't care for routine and predictability. Most of the time. Their schedules are loose, their time unscheduled, and described as boredom. They require constant reminders and supervisions to maintain attention and focus, and are too easily distracted. We discussed that. They can, however, tolerate the mess, disruption, and intervening periods of chaos, blah, blah, blah. Implications of orderliness as couple. You're high and your partner is low. You and your partner are different in this aspect. This may present a problem to your relationship in accordance with the strength of the difference. You may find it difficult to understand each other's motivations, perceptions, and actions having to do with this aspect. A difference in mitigate better match on other traits. Okay, so again, I go back. We discussed this and we made a deal, and we stick to that deal. He or she is unlikely to be bothered by mess. Your partner is likely to be non-judgmental. So if the setup looks slightly different, shouldn't be significantly different, but if it looks slightly different, it's because we are recording the following day.
Yeah,
and
my hair is different.
And we are continuing from where we left, and that is personality trait number 4, which is extroversion. Extroversion is a big 5 personality trait associated with positive emotion and enthusiastic, assertive approach to the world. Extroverts tend to experience a lot of joy and excitement, particularly in social situations. Extroversion is commonly understood to be social dimension of personality because social status and interpersonal affiliation are some of the strongest human goals and rewards. Accordingly, extroverts are more likely to enjoy being the center of attention and tend to want to have a lot of people around. People who are high in extroversion make spontaneous, fun, and enthusiastic partners who are motivated to seek out excitement and thrills. People who are low in extroversion are also called introverts, need much less stimulation, and therefore seek less social interaction. They make calm, quiet, and reserved partners. Personality researchers have determined that there are 2 separable aspects of extroversion: enthusiasm and assertiveness. Enthusiasm is associated with positive emotion, the motivation to associate with others, and the tendency to seek stimulation and excitement. Assertiveness is associated with leadership, putting one's opinions forward, and the motivation to seek social status. We will first discuss your results for the trait of extroversion overall, and later its 2 aspects. So here we go. You are low in extroversion. This is not surprising at all. I'm in the 22nd percentile. And let's see what it means. You are low in extroversion. People who are low in extroversion, also known as introverts, typically make calm, quiet, and reserved partners. Guilty.
Yeah.
So most of the time I'm calm, quiet, and reserved.
Okay, quiet when you are doing something. Not so quiet when you're telling me about that.
Yeah. I like to brag, but only to her and to YouTube. Yeah, that's ironical. You would expect from someone who is an introvert never to start their own YouTube channel or do any public work. But it's not the rule. I bet most of the public figures you know are also introverts. So when you see them outside the work environment, they're totally different personality. So they need much less stimulation and therefore seek out less social interaction, which is a form of stimulation. Exactly. When I spend too much time with people, it drains my energy. That's the best explanation. They will need more time alone and will find social interaction draining. Exactly what I said. They prefer one-on-one social interactions to groups. Yes. So when people meet me first in groups, their first impression of me is, why are you so quiet? Why you never say anything? And then when we are one-on-one, I'm like this. I talk all the time. Well, so that's just the thing. And we'll prefer to spend time alone with their partner rather than in a group context.
Yes.
Agreed. They are often disturbed by loud surroundings and tend to prefer quiet environments for living. I don't even enjoy having music while I do most of the stuff except dishes. That's my motivation for dishes.
And
Writing, yeah. Music sometimes can put me into different writing moods or is associated with writing. So every time I play music, I get into my writing mood. So let's see. They are often disturbed by, and I can't really tolerate loud traffic or anything loud. If I have more stimulation than normal, then I tend to get nervous, really.
Yeah, if Natasha is watching cartoon and I'm listening to music, he's nervous.
Yeah, I get really upset. They tend to be good listeners in their relationships. Am I?
Yes.
They tend to be less optimistic about the past, present, and future. That's a bummer.
But it's true.
But yeah, that's something unfortunate. They usually think things through before speaking or acting.
They usually overthink, yes.
Yeah, I would add that. They don't think things through, but overthink things through. That's a lot of THs in. Okay, so that's really something I do very often. But that's another story. Your partner is a typical or average in extroversion. So Sanya is slightly less introvert, but still in a introvert or let's say middle point.
Yeah.
So she's in 43rd percentile. And let's see what that means. You have a novel. Your partner is typical in extroversion. People who are typical make reasonably talkative, balanced, and adaptive partners. I would agree.
Yeah, it can be both.
Yeah, depending on the occasion and people around you.
Yeah.
They can take their cues from situations and they will sometimes be more talkative and sometimes less. So, yes, reading my mind. They can adapt to different levels of stimulation and will find themselves reasonably satisfied with a wide range of different social situations. They enjoy social contact, but are also happy spending time alone. That's like perfect mix.
Yes. But sometimes, well, maybe that's why I'm 43rd recital, because if I need to choose, I will choose time alone.
Yeah, she has a tendency to lean towards time alone more than people. In relationships, they will be happy to spend time one-on-one with their partner or to socialize in group together. Yeah, she's the one actually organizing events at our home once we had opportunity to do that, but I get tired after that. I need, after having a social gathering, I need a couple of days to clear my mind.
To recover.
Like a huge hangover. That's how it feels. They can sometimes play the role of the speaker and sometimes the listener in their relationships.
Yeah, when he's overthinking, I'm there to say, okay, calm down.
Yeah.
Stop doing that. But I will listen.
Yeah, that's very useful. People who are typical in extroversion are not marked positive, having a balanced view of the past and future.
You skipped one sentence.
Which one is that?
Before that, they can tolerate loud surroundings, but will also enjoy quiet environments for living.
So they can tolerate loud surroundings, but will also enjoy quiet environments for living, working, and leisure.
Yes, well, I need to have music when I'm doing something. Or the Big Bang Theory in the background.
Yeah, I can work like that.
Yeah, I can do anything with something in background. When I was alone at home, I usually turn on TV, never look at it, but just to have that noise, not to be alone completely.
The only noise I can tolerate is the indistinct chatter of coffee shops and very low volume music and not quite moody music, something very relaxing, ambient music. And that's why I also like writing at coffee shops. Okay, so people who are typical in extroversion are not marked positive, having a balanced view of the past and future. So you're neither have positive or negative view on the future, you're realist. That's what it says. Do you agree?
Yeah.
They are not particularly impulsive and usually think things through. Not impulsive, that's...
Yeah, but I don't think I just... Well...
You have certain tactics and strategies to reacting to different things.
Yeah, I think I follow my guts most of the time, then think things through, but maybe my gut is right most of the time.
People with average levels of extroversion strike a good balance between privacy and self-disclosure. They can keep quiet when necessary and are likely to blurt out information that might be better kept to themselves.
I think so, I don't know.
I think yes. But
I hope so.
It's strange because I'm marked as introvert, but I usually have difficulties keeping information that shouldn't go out. I know that I shouldn't say something, but as the momentum builds, I'm more likely to blurt it out. And sometimes we even discuss, we shouldn't say this or do that, and then I do it. They will express their viewpoint in meetings, but are typically not first to do so.
Well, yes, but not here in China. I'm first to do so because nobody wants to tell anything.
Yeah, they're trained not to express their opinions. So what else? People with average levels of extroversion strike a balance between seeking fulfillment in the present and paying attention to the possibilities of the future. Definitely. That's something she does often. She really enjoys present.
Yes.
Unlike me, I'm always future oriented. Either paranoid or planning. It's better when I'm planning.
Planning paranoid.
Oh, yeah, and preparing for disasters.
Yes.
They don't find it difficult to be alone to study or work.
No.
No.
Well, I preferred to study and work depends on the work, but to study I was doing it alone, yes.
Implications of extroversion as a couple. All right, that's the maybe most interesting part. You are low in extroversion and your partner is typical in extroversion. This means the two of you have somewhat different strategies for dealing with the world. This may present a challenge within your relationship because you may have trouble understanding one another at times. I don't think that we are that different when it comes to dealing with others. So, although the results show that I'm double
than me,
than her score, that I have, she has more than exactly double of my score. But we're not that different. You'll have to be careful to avoid the pitfalls of your respective personality traits. However, your relationship is fairly balanced in this trait overall. I think the reason we liked each other at first is because that's probably the first trait that clicked in our relationship. Even when we were friends, we were the quiet one in the room. And usually when you're in a room with a lot of people and you're an introvert, you seek other quiet people. And then you start conversation with them because you don't want to compete with when one person is talking and 10 people are listening. You don't want to compete with them. When you're an introvert, you find someone who's also always quiet. It goes instinctively. It's not something planned.
Yeah, but your roommate was very extrovert.
Yes. Okay. This may present a problem to your relationship at times, although your difference is not very big. You may occasionally find it difficult to understand each other's needs.
Maybe this is not true because we are both more introverts than extroverts, so we understand each other.
Yeah. I have more difficulties with other people. Like when we were dating and I would stay at her home because she lived with her parents, I lived with my parents. And their parents are more extroverts. They like company. And when they had visitors, I would hide in her room and they couldn't understand that I just couldn't spend entire afternoon with unknown people.
Just chit-chatting,
Just chit-chatting about politics, weather, or whatever. I would always find some other things to do instead of sitting there with them. And we had issues because at that time I wasn't so open to talk about that.
Yeah, but still I understood you.
That she supported me, although she had to fight with her mother for that. However, research shows that differences in extroversion are quite common among both dating and married couples, indicating that these can be negotiated successfully. Yeah, definitely. Find difficult to understand each other. Motivations. You may have some minor. No. You can use difference to your advantage, each helping one another to develop the virtues of the opposite trait. We do learn from each other how to, but mostly what we do when we learn, like how to behave more acceptably in a group, is we observe other extroverts.
Yes.
And then later we discuss, maybe we should do more of that and more of that. Because I'm not when we are, what's typical for both of us, when we have conversations with others, we just answer questions, we don't ask questions back.
Yes.
And that's something typical of introverts. Extroverts, on the other hand, they are full of questions. They're interested in your life, and I'm just not.
Yeah, I mean, even, hey, how are you? I'm fine. I never ask, how are you?
Yeah, that.
Which is rude, but it's, well.
Yeah, but that's something I'm very conscious about, and I try to improve that. And in past couple of years, I ever since I start noticing, I think it's getting better.
Yeah.
So even if you are like born introvert, you can still develop these skills and become more extrovert.
Just to be aware of them, so you can do better.
Yeah, but if you're not aware of them, if you don't pay attention, you will just go to default mode. Although it's possible to develop one's personality over time, it's also necessary to accept, initiate different. Okay, that's basically what we read again. Behavioral roles, you're slightly lower, although similar. You may find take one complementary roles. Will be a bit more enthusiastic, talkative, assertive, and gregarious than you.
What?
I don't know what's gregarious. All right, the enthusiastic will come to that. Talkative depends. Assertive. I wouldn't. I think we're on the same level of assertiveness, basically. Gregarious, it's like more social.
Yeah.
Definitely. Your partner will want to be with groups of people and will be comparatively energized by social activity. Yeah, a couple of days we went to meet our friends, but we both didn't see a lot of people for a long time. Due to you know why. So that was actually pleasant. A couple of days ago we met some friends.
Yeah, you didn't feel drained. You charged your batteries.
Yeah, I charged my batteries and that felt good. Yeah. But if I had to do that another day again, I wouldn't enjoy it as much. You will need less social contact and will find it comparatively draining. You will need more time alone, perhaps in nature. Yeah, nature is definitely something I miss in the city. And that's why when we choose to walk somewhere, we usually pick parks, because here we have a lot of huge parks and you can feel a bit isolated.
And both of us back home have great nature.
Yeah, we basically live in a countryside with a lot of nature. Your partner will be more interested in planning and attending parties, telling jokes, yes, being the center of attention. That's not true for her. Making people laugh, yes. I do that unintentionally. and talking than you are. I would agree.
Depends of the subject and depends of how much people we have around us.
And there is one thing, if that's for both of us. If we are in a room with 10 people and there is one person we don't like, we just shut down. You will speak less and keep to yourself more compared to your partner, unless you start a conversation which I want to have.
Yeah.
Then, man, you better run.
Think before you ask.
Yeah, that happened with her, with one of her friends. When I first met her, we were in another city, and Sanya always described me as silent, quiet, very calm, reserved. And we were going from a party and to her hometown from another city, which is a 40 minutes commute bus ride. And one of her friends was going with us, and she sat next to me. And she started a conversation which I wanted to have, and I was talking all the time.
Who?
Ned.
Oh.
And then she said, why did you describe him as silent? He couldn't shut up. You don't know your boyfriend.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
No.
So that she pushed my right button. So you can help your partner to enjoy peace and quiet time alone and independent work when that is appropriate. Your partner can help you become more social, step out of your comfort zone, and have some impulsive fun from time to time. Actually, what we did a couple of years ago for the first time, she made me go to sing karaoke. I mean, we were dating for at that time for 8 years, knew each other for something like 10. And she never heard me sing unless I had too much alcohol.
And on your class?
And in my music class, because we were together in a study group for our college. We're both primary school teachers, so we're teaching all subjects from grade 1 to 4. And when we had our intern practice class, we had to sing in the class here. Well, and that was, I had to take beta blockers, how do you say them, just to calm myself down. That was my first public exposure, public performance in my life, and I was like, 20 something.
Yeah, and our group had 10 students, college students who were on his class, and everybody was, you can sing.
Yeah, the class looked like we were in a group of 10, and each week someone else would teach the class, and the others would observe and then give feedback and comment.
Make notes.
So when it was my turn, it was nightmare.
For him. It was really fun for us.
Yeah, I'm glad. So this is just, I think, the proof that you can develop, although you are born introvert or I don't know if it's nature or nurture when it comes to introversion, but you can develop and exit and jump out of your comfort zone. I mean, look at me. I'm talking to a camera now. I'm a teacher. I was teaching in giving lectures few weeks ago in a company in front of 300 people. So it's not a problem.
But I choose to be a teacher just not to deal with grown-ups.
Peter Pan. So extroversion, your virtues and faults as a couple. So let's discuss that. As a couple, you will tend toward the low normal range of social activity. It should be fairly easy for you to develop a good balance of time spent with others. Sometimes we lack time spending with others, but right now I think it's the circumstances that all our friends left. We had a reasonable amount of friends here, but now they all left, and
we were together when we were close, living close.
Yeah, at least once or twice a month, or more. Every fortnight.
Well, 10 days at least.
Yeah, that we would meet with our friends and spend
for a coffee,
spend the entire day with them, although they live quite far from us. But now everybody moved.
No. I'm speaking when we were in Vanjo.
Oh, in Vanjo, yeah.
Every Tuesday or Wednesday, because those are our days off.
At that time, yes, we would at least 2 days a week would spend with friends, mostly whole afternoons. So that's true. But now it's just us.
When we moved on our, then it was maybe every 2 weeks.
Yeah. You may occasionally isolate yourself excessively or avoid social situations, but this shouldn't be a large problem. Yeah, definitely not a problem.
You skipped everything.
Did I?
Yes.
Your introverted tendencies will lead. Okay. I need to mark that.
Where you
However, you may sometimes struggle with differences on this trait. we didn't have any issues. You're introverted.
No, we didn't have issues, but sometimes when it was in regular basis, he didn't want to go.
When we have a choice, would you rather stay home and do something or go out with friends? Then I would more often choose to stay at home.
Yeah.
But we
were last week. Why would we need to go again?
But we just compromised. Yeah. Sometimes we stay, and sometimes she stays, although she wants to go, and sometimes I go, although I want to stay.
Yes.
So that you just need to compromise. Your introverted tendencies will lead you to choose more solitary activities than perhaps your partner desires. That exactly. Your partner is likely to be fairly flexible and accommodating, however. True. You won't be constantly engaged in social activities or chasing excitement and fun, depending how you define excitement and fun. This is very exciting and fun for me, but it's not social.
Yeah.
But you should have a good time together without too much impulsivity and distraction.
Well, I told him it was last week, when we were in that garden. And I told you I consider this date.
Yeah, we were actually doing a photo shoot, which is basically work. We are starting this business together, but it's good when you can make your work seems like a date.
Yeah, I had a great time. He was in one part of the garden by himself, shooting something. I was in the other, but I was really fine with that.
So that's how our date looks like. Go separate ways. We're weird. You may occasionally isolate yourself excessively or avoid social, but these shouldn't be allowed. You will tend toward a calmer, quieter lifestyle, but will enjoy fun from time to time. Yeah, I'm the guy who likes fishing. And there is nothing calmer or quieter or more exciting than fishing. You just sit there and wait and observe the water. If the water is calm, it's like no better meditation than fishing.
Yeah. And that's the good time for me to open a book.
Yeah, but you will enjoy fun from time to time. My view of fun is watching football. But not on TV, but actually going to a stadium and watch a football game. I mean,
it is fun. I don't like football, but it is fun.
And it's a perfect schedule. Like, if you only watch home games, you would watch them every 2 weeks. You don't need anything more.
Yeah, and I didn't mind when we had a TV. I didn't mind him watching football, even when it's a cup thing.
Oh.
You remember?
Yeah.
And if he give me some beer, I will sleep. So it's okay.
So you should not have too much trouble managing your finances responsibly as opposed to impulsively. Yeah, we learned how to deal with finance. Your sex life is likely to be more intimate and less about sensation seeking. Whatever that means.
I think that depends on the mood.
Yeah.
And if we are alone.
Yes. People who are high in extroversion tend to be interested in having many partners, to be sensation seekers, and to use alcohol to fuel their sex life. I was never someone who was like having multiple partners, or even when I was dating and young, and I was always waiting for the girl to hit on me, and I was that introvert.
Except for me.
Yeah. She's the only one that I went for. You'll be less interested in these behaviors than your partner. And the two of you will probably avoid them as a couple. A high score in an extroversion predicts infidelity although the other personality factors and choices affect the behavior, so we're safe.
Yeah.
In the workplace, you will prefer to work independently. Man, I don't like work team. Teamwork. I don't like teamwork because I never had a good experience with teamwork because I'm always the one doing majority of the work and the others just slack. So I'd rather stick with my own work. That's why I choose writing. That's why I choose this YouTube. Everything depends on me, and if I fail, I failed. I don't need to push anyone to do something for me or for the team.
Yeah, but I'm going back to college again. When we had to do something in team, we were team. Even though he was doing most of the job, but I was just sitting next to him.
Moral support.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't like just teamwork. While a partner may enjoy working alone or in groups. So again, it's quite similar.
Yeah.
It is often easier to match the job to the temperament and not vice versa. Yes, I would agree that just don't pick the jobs that don't suit you. Your partner should be able to enjoy a range of job options while you prefer something less social. It's a good idea to find something manageable that matches your ability. Exactly what I found.
Yeah, and I need to say, when I was on my master year of studying, I chose people who are good at teamwork, so I can do with them something.
Oh, you were picking them.
Yes. Because I cannot do with everybody.
Yeah. Neither of you is likely to be particularly vulnerable to impulsive overspending. Depends. Because I believe that I have bipolar. I was never diagnosed. When I have these manic episodes, I tend to overspend. Sometimes I just go on a burst and buy a bunch of pencils and notebooks, and sometimes it's more expensive, like gear and tech. People who are high in extroversion find it easier to spend money. You are more likely to be a saver rather than a spender. I definitely like saving, while a partner may be somewhat balanced between the two. I would agree.
Yeah.
When we were deciding to buy the equipment, she was the one. I was like, if we have this, we can buy this. But she was like, let's buy all that we need and then don't worry.
Yeah, because he sometimes are blind with desire for something, even though there is something which costs less money but can do everything the expensive thing can do. But he just want to have that something which is...
Yeah, I'm always seeking for the best thing, although it doesn't necessarily mean that the less expensive and maybe the lesser one can do equally good job. So that's the issue we had to solve, but we solved it. It's important to remember that other personality traits affect couples' financial decisions as well. All right, let's go to the fun one. Enthusiasm is an aspect of the big 5-factor extroversion. Let's just check the time. Enthusiasm is a measure of a person's motivation to affiliate with other people. Their tendency to show their positive emotion and whether they seek stimulation and excitement. People who are higher in enthusiasm are excitable, happy, and bubbly. What the hell is bubbly?
I'm bubbly.
Oh, you're bubbly. They laugh and smile more than others, and people find them communicative and easy to get to know. People who are lower in enthusiasm are more reserved and more neutral in their emotion. They laugh and smile less than others, and people tend to find them more difficult to get to know. Now let's see my score. Look, 1. I win this at this game. There is nobody less enthusiastic than me. I'm a winner. Look at that. At least in something. So lower in enthusiasm than 98 of 100 people. Who is that one guy? I want to meet him, really. Or a gal. So, who is he or she? You're very low in the aspect of enthusiasm. This means you're likely to be much less excitable than other people. Look, this is how it looks. I like when we were dating, we both love one of our country's singer, author, like music author, musician. Yeah. We both love one of our country's musician, and we built our culture around that, his work. And I've got his tattoo. She tattooed one of the words from his song. So we went to the concert. It was like 10 years ago. We went there 3 hours before, so we can be first there and stand just next to the fence, next to that booth for the photographers and VIP or whatever. And the hour lasted for like 3 hours, and the concert was for 3 hours, and all the time I was like this. And she's like, or if the song was sad, she would, and I was like, and that's how I show excitement. Just do nothing. So this is how 1% I look. And I often, on my other channel, we have more followers and we get more feedback. And most common feedback is, you should smile more. You people, look, I don't smile. That's the case. He does. I don't.
Yes, he does.
Only when someone farts. You won't tend to show happiness on your face or to feel it very strongly at all. That's just what I talked about.
But come on, you feel happiness.
I do feel, but I just don't show it because I don't know why. You likely won't talk very much in social situations, and people may find you quite hard to get to know because of this. That's another complaint that I get often, that it's hard to get to know me.
Yeah, but for some reason I can read him very well.
Yeah,
from the start.
She could read the slight changes on my face, like I moved this eyebrow, and she knows what's happening, even before I know what's happening. You won't open up very easily to others, depending on the person.
Yeah, you open up to me. Wow.
You're likely to much prefer solitude to socializing. That's something we already know. And to be a relatively private person, again. You will be lower in positive emotion, which doesn't necessarily mean you are negative. Can be. That's part of neuroticism. Well, let's see. Rather, it means you're closer to neutral in terms of happiness. You're not at all likely to seek out stimulation or excitement. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like cars. Not a fan. I mean, I like cars, but when it comes to design, I don't like fast cars. I mean, I like fast cars just because they look better than the other ones. I'm not into extreme sports. The only extreme sport that I ever did is jumping from a bridge.
Into the water.
Yeah. Diving from a bridge.
Yeah. Which I never did and never will.
And that's the only thing that excites me, let's say. But even now, I don't. I did that as a teenager or young adult, but now I think I wouldn't do that now. It's just the risk reward is just not worth it. So let's see, your partner is high in enthusiasm. Look, I'm 1 and she's 79th percentile. Total opposites. Your partner is high in the aspect of enthusiasm. People who are high are excitable, happy, and easy to get to know. See, she's laughing all the time. And like, you never heard me laugh. They will talk rapidly about...
I need to fart.
Don't, please. They will talk rapidly about everything, particularly other people.
Oh, that's not true.
That doesn't count. I influence her. They laugh or giggle. No kidding. Much more than average. Wow. I would never know that. They want to be around people and they love parties.
No.
That's not true. They don't keep people at a distance and keep little private.
Well, I don't keep people at distance, but I keep private a lot.
They are positive and optimistic. They communicate easily with other people.
Depends on the other people.
Yeah, if they're morons, but I think nobody can communicate with morons. They like and sometimes crave stimulation, excitement, activity, and fun. Yeah, for this, you like dancing, you like anything, movement. Enthusiastic people are gregarious, social, I learned the word.
Yeah.
Encouraging and people loving, and they're positive about what might happen next.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so let's see about couple. So you're very, very low and your partner is very high in enthusiasm. You and your partner are significantly different in I would say we are two polarities. This may present a problem to your relationship in accordance with the size of the difference. You may find it difficult to understand each other's motivations, perceptions, and actions having to do with this aspect. A difference in one aspect can be mitigated by better match on the other traits and aspects, however. And the reason we work, I think, is that she decided to accept me for some reason, that I'm just this weird guy who never laughs.
He laughs.
I laugh at the weirdest things to most people. Like, I laugh at Woody Allen's movies all the time, even when 90% of the people don't find it funny. He's just my guy.
Yeah, he likes British humor also.
I'm very fond of irony and sarcasm, although I try not to be sarcastic or at least try not to be cynical. But I do enjoy good irony. Because you are low or very low in enthusiasm, you will tend to be quiet in social situations and perhaps with your partner. We have like 90% of the day I'm working and quiet. Because your partner is high or very high in enthusiasm, he or she will tend to be talkative and to enjoy social. Discuss this.
You should see our mornings. He is like, don't look at me. And I'm like singing as soon as I open my eyes.
Yeah, I never sing. You will prefer most solitary activities, both alone with your partner, while your partner will want to attend parties and social events with you. Yes, that.
Well, good thing is that social events, we like same stuff. Both of us like same stuff, so he will go.
Yeah. People may find you harder to get to know than your partner, who will be warm and open while you'll be more private and reserved. But so we met a friend here 5 years ago, Dusan, and he once said to me, "Look, dude, whatever you say, I don't know if you're joking or you're serious." So I was giving him advice on nutrition, because that's what we do on other channel. We're talking about nutrition, and I gave him advice, and he said, I don't know if you're joking or you're serious. And that's how hard it is to get to know me. You will be much less likely to show your positive emotion on your face or to feel much of it, while a partner will show his or her emotion by laughing and smiling. No kidding. Your partner will be higher in positive emotion than you, although this does not necessarily mean you will be more negative. You will enjoy quieter lifestyle while your partner may seek sensation and excitement. Tension, that's all right. And the other aspect of enthusiasm is assertiveness. Actually, this is another aspect of extroversion.
Yeah.
Now, the next one is neuroticism. All right, let's see assertiveness. Okay. Assertiveness is an aspect of the big 5-factor extroversion. Assertiveness is a measure of a person's motivation to put their ideas forward, influence others, and achieve social status. People who are higher in assertiveness tend to advise their own opinions, communicate in a captivating manner, and to climb to the leadership roles within their communities. They are sometimes prone to acting impulsively and may also be prone to heated arguments, especially if they are also disagreeable. People who are lower in assertiveness tend not to advance their own opinions, may communicate in less dramatic, less captivating manner, and are not particularly interested in leadership or social status with their communities, although they can still be good leaders. You might find this something ironical or controversial, but yes, I am very high in assertiveness.
And as you see, I am low, even though I am bubbly.
And you'll see why and how that manifested throughout my life. So let's see, I'm in the 77th percentile, so not the top, but slightly above average.
Yeah.
So you're high in the aspect of assertiveness. This means you're likely to want to dominate and control social situations and advance your opinions. And here is the deal with me being assertive. I would never state my opinion unless I'm 90 to 100% sure that I'm right. And if someone tries to fight me with their arguments or lack of arguments, then I'll fight very badly. And that is what puts me into leadership roles. Not because I have a goal or tendency to try to become a leader, but I was like a class leader in school. They would pick me to be like a class president. I was always a leader in whatever group we had in college. I was part of non-governmental organization. I was a team leader there, not by desire, because they just thought, okay, you speak the most and you have the best arguments, let's put you as a leader. So whenever I discuss a topic, people just tend to just give me the role of the leader. So you're likely to be a take charge type, and you will excel at acting decisively. Yeah, if I can take charge, if I have enough arguments to take charge, I definitely will. Don't hesitate a moment, even if somebody is like authority. Yeah, you're likely to be captivating and influential in social situations. Yeah, I mean, my close social circle eats whatever I eat, because when I change my diet, and I tend to change my diet often until I find something that works for me, I so much influence them that they all change their diets.
Yeah, we mentioned that when he was vegetarian, I was, and his sister and friend in dorm.
Yeah, my roommate.
Roommates, yes. And then when he switched to ketogenic diet, then I followed his sister and her husband. Who else?
6,000 other people.
Oh, okay. But when he tried the carnivore diet, I followed. So
yeah, so I tend to be influential. You will use the communication style associated with leadership, and this can help you succeed in the business world. I never ventured into business, which doesn't mean I won't, but I guess you may, however, act impulsively or without thinking more often than others. Depending on situation.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's impulsively. If you are not sure, you will not say. If you're sure, you will say.
Yes. Your partner is low in assertiveness, so she's in a total opposite, like 15th percentile. She's like, whatever, dude. Your partner is low. People who are low in assertiveness are not take charge types. They put their own opinions forward rarely and with reservation, and do not typically attempt to dominate and control social situations. Yeah, that's what makes us different. When I see somebody making an error, I need to point that out. And you just, whatever, dude.
It's your funeral.
Yeah. As romantic partners, they may have trouble making decisions, particularly if high in neuroticism, so which I think you're not, and may let their partner make the decision even when they do not agree. Yeah, you do let them make decision even you think it's stupid. People low in assertiveness tend not to be captivating in social groups. They manifest much less of the communication style that is often associated with leadership. Agree again, this can be a handicap when they are knowledgeable, competent, and able. This is a pity.
Yeah.
Because even though she's right, even though she can fix something, she tends to just shut up, which is not the case in this environment because everybody's very reserved and she just reacts, which sometimes surprises me. Those low in assertiveness are much less likely to be people of spontaneous action. Yeah. You won't just spontaneously do something. They don't leap in headlessly and in consequence tend to allow others to lead their way. They're much less impulsive in consequence and hardly ever act without thinking. So implications of assertiveness as a couple. You're high in the aspect of assertiveness and your partner is low in the aspect of assertiveness. You and your partner are different in this aspect. This may present a problem.
Do you see everything we read? This may present problem to your relationship.
Yeah. So we shouldn't. We aren't supposed to be together, but we are. Again, I think that's why we work.
I think we work because I'm not typically girly girl, and you're not typically manly man.
Yeah, I'm not the alpha.
Yeah.
But not beta.
And I'm not the girly girl. I'm not
not Barbie.
Yeah.
Because your partner is low, he or she is not likely to enjoy taking charge or making decisions. Yeah, it's usually me making a decision. We do discuss things, and I always present arguments. You present your arguments, but I'm the one who gets to choose often.
Well, most of the time, but not.
But yeah, you're not excluded entirely. Depending on the choice we need to make. You're high in assertiveness and are likely to find this easier. However, this may cause some conflict because you may push harder to have things go your own way. This will be particularly true if you are low in agreeableness, which I am. You should try to listen to your partner and ask what your partner thinks when you're making decisions together. I do. And your partner should make an effort to communicate this to you. She does. I think that's the reason we can make it. You should be careful about your tendency to try to engage your partner in arguments, which will be exaggerated if you are also low in agreeableness. Yeah, definitely. But I don't engage in any arguments.
Yeah.
I tend, when I notice that I'm about to do that or that I started, I just push back. Depending on her reaction, if she's like, all right, that's bothering me, I just stop. I don't continue. Your partner will prefer to be in the background of social situations where you will want to be the center of attention. Not always, depending on the situation. If it's a work environment, I don't want to be a center of attention, but I always, or let's say often am, in meetings when we discuss ideas. I'm the first one to speak usually, and that puts me in a center of attention, not because I want, but because I act.
Yeah.
This is not necessarily a problem, although it may mean the two of you prefer different types of situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. You will be more captivating and influential than your partner. He or she will instead prefer a calmer and less dramatic communication style.
Yeah. See, he laughed.
Because it's funny. And it's funny because it's true. You may find it easier to succeed in business since you tend to communicate in a way that is associated with leadership. I should definitely try business. It tells me just go into business.
Yeah, but you need to smile more.
I can be a jerk. Your partner will have more trouble with this, and he or she can look to you for cues on how to communicate this way. Yes, that's what she does. Your partner will be less likely to act impulsively or to act without thinking. You may be impulsive or act without thinking. I do get mood swings depending on the outer circumstances, and I act impulsively if something is pushing my wrong buttons. You might have more trouble acting in a financially prudent manner than your partner. But it's prudent. Yeah, I would disagree. But again, that's because we grew up in poverty, and then now we're very strict about finance. He or she can help you to be more responsible, and you can help him to be more spontaneous. Okay. All right, here we go. The last trait, is it the last one? Neuroticism, it's not the last one. Something I'm not very proud of. Neuroticism is a big personality trait associated with person's propensity towards negative emotion versus emotional stability. Simply put, neuroticism is a measure of your sensitivity to negative emotions such as pain, guilt, shame, sadness, irritability, and defensive anger, fear, and anxiety. All desirable emotions. People who are high in neuroticism are prone to negative emotion. They frequently feel unhappy, anxious, and irritable. They may be less resilient when faced with problems in life. In the context of a romantic relationship, neurotic partners may be overly concerned about the possibility of negative outcomes such as breakup, cheating, or being rejected, which ironically can put a strain on the relationship. People who are low in neuroticism are less prone to negative emotion. They are less likely to feel unhappy, anxious, or irritable. They are likely to be more resilient when faced with problems in life. As romantic partners, they're usually calm and easygoing, though sometimes to a fault. Personality psychologists have determined that there are two separate aspects of neuroticism: withdrawal and volatility. Withdrawal has to do with anxiety and avoidance behaviors, while volatility is related to irritability and anger. In simple terms, people high in withdrawal are concerned that something bad might happen. People high in volatility get upset when they're perceived that something bad has happened. Let's talk about that. We will first discuss your results in the trait of neuroticism overall and later in two aspects. So look at this. I was a first percentile in the enthusiasm, but I expected to be 100 here.
Yeah.
Maybe not 100. Maybe Woody Allen, then me. So here is Woody Allen, 7 other people, then me. So I wonder who are these 7 people. Joe, yeah, our colleague Joe, definitely here, somewhere around here. So you're high in neuroticism. People who are high in neuroticism are more likely to think that things have gone wrong in the past, are going wrong now, and will continue to go wrong in the future. That's what I do on a daily basis.
What is Joe said?
What can go wrong will go wrong. That's Joe's life motto. You don't want to live like that. So let's just slightly touch on this, that things have gone wrong. I obsess about the past and things that went wrong in my past, and that's what I use for my fiction writing. When I write fiction, I usually rebuild or remake these worlds which I lived in and try to understand what happened wrong in the past and just write about that, slightly changed. Are going wrong now, always have an eye on that, and will continue to go wrong in the future. That's why I can't watch documentaries or any conspiracy theories. I'm a sucker for that. As a teenager, I would believe all of any shit I see in documentaries and stuff. And now I just, with this COVID and stuff, I just turn off. I don't follow anyone who talks about COVID, anybody like 5G. Well, I don't believe in that now. I'm more educated than when I was a teenager in my early 20s. And I learned how to think scientifically in scientific manners. But I'm still a huge sucker for conspiracy theories. So that's why I avoid them. They are also more likely to be unhappy, anxious, and irritable when thinking that way, and tend to be less resilient when faced with problems in life. Yes, I'm quite obsessed with, if I have problems, I'm quite obsessed with them. And as I grew up, I learned to face them more often than just to worry about them. Facing the problem is much more efficient than worrying. Anxious, definitely. Irritable, definitely. They tend to have low levels of self-esteem. Oh boy, do I. Particularly when they are also low in extroversion. Oh boy, I'm the winner. They are likely to be described as emotionally sensitive, and this can be virtue of this trait. Right. However, high neuroticism is a risk factor for anxiety disorders and depressions. As I said, I believe I am bipolar, as well as divorce, chronic stress, and other health problems. Chronic stress, divorce not, but chronic stress can happen. Other health problems like insomnia. Used to have insulin resistance. Probably somewhat contributing was stress. People who are high in neuroticism are prone to catastrophizing in their thinking. Oh yeah. They tend to be risk averse, which means they tend to avoid recreational, career, financial, or social situations where there is even moderately level of risk. I tend to plan everything and plan for the worst. Even now we're moving from China. I have a worksheet with our budget and what we're going to buy, what we're going to take. What if this happens? What if that happens? I have like inside the worksheet, I have different spreadsheets for different scenarios. What if she loses job in January? What if we stop working in this month, in this week? In all different versions.
He's prepared.
I'm prepared. And no matter how much I prepare, always something surprising happens.
Like I didn't lost my job in January, I lost it now.
Yeah. In the context of romantic relationship, neurotic partners may be overly concerned about the possibility of negative outcomes such as breaking up, cheating, or being rejected. I would say this was the case in my previous relationship, which didn't work, which ironically can put a strain on the relationship. I wasn't actually jealous, but I was extremely worried. It can be draining to deal with their frequent complaints, worries, and negativity. And I didn't complain. I was just worried, anxious. Relationship satisfaction tends to be inversely correlated with neuroticism. And now I just don't worry because we get together very well, and I have no need to worry about any of that, and that just don't. Your partner is typical or average, so you're not that bad. You're 39th percentile.
Yes, but
which is reasonable.
It's still a little bit lower.
Yeah. Your partner is typical. People who are typical have a balanced approach to the difficulties of the past, present, and future. So yeah, as well as like a normal person, I would say that they experience appropriate amount of negative emotion in response to stressful life situations. Now it's more obvious than before, since we are under a lot of stress due to work and moving to Europe. They tend to have normal levels of self-esteem, particularly when they are also average or above in their extroversion. So once you know that you're good at something, you don't doubt it.
Yeah.
While even if people tell me that I'm good at something, I think they're trying to please me. Just be nice. I don't trust them when they say, oh, you're so good at whatever I do. Or I think they're suckers because they think that what I did was good. Like, you have no clue. What do you know?
Well, I think you think that if you know, everybody knows, so you don't get why people tell you you're good at it.
Nah. They are not particularly at risk for developing anxiety disorders and depression, chronic stress, divorce, or health problems. That's good on you.
Yeah.
People with average or typical levels of neuroticism are able to experience the consequences of success and to be appropriately satisfied in relationship and career. Yeah, sometimes I do feel that you just feel more satisfied with whatever. I'm the person who tends to find flaws in everything.
That's because I don't overthink.
Oh, yeah. Average levels of neuroticism are associated with no more than average concern about mental and physical health. A typical number of physician and emergency room visits, and expected degree of absenteeism at work, at school, unless accompanied by very low levels of conscientiousness. Look, I learned. Any comments?
No.
Implications of neuroticism as a couple. You're high and your partner is typical. This means the two of you have different strategy. Again, same paragraph. We
have nice challenge within your relationship.
It is a challenge, but we managed to overcome it, I think. Basically, when I realized how high I am in neuroticism after doing my test, which is something recently, like a couple of weeks ago, maybe 6 weeks or so. So whenever I have that attack of anxiety, I have these anxious thoughts, I sit down and I think in this manner: look, you are more prone to anxiety and you're higher in neuroticism than 92 other people in the room. So what I say to myself is just step back a little bit, put yourself in the middle, and you can still be cautious and not crazy cautious and not overthinking. And that's what helps. That's what helps. I mean, just learning that I'm this high. I always suspected, as I said, that I'm high in neuroticism. I thought it was just Woody Allen and me. But actually knowing that can help you like solve half of the problem. And now, because she knows that I'm high in neuroticism, we have proof. Then
I knew it before.
when she notices these things, then she tells me, look, dude, relax. And
yeah, I tell him, don't be Joe.
So, yeah, she tells me, don't act like Joe. Poor Joe. A partnership between the two people who differ in neuroticism is in some ways easier to manage than partnership between two people whose scores are high. So if we were both high, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Luckily, it's only me. You can also use your differences to your advantage, each helping one another to develop virtues. Okay. So we have clusters of, so this is genetic. All right, we can skip this. Behavioral roles, you are slightly higher. At times, partner will see you as anxious, overly emotional, touchy, and insecure. Insecure, definitely. Touchy, overly emotional, but also careful and cautious. You may see partner as relaxed, easygoing, tolerant, and self-assured, though also potentially heedless and careless. Okay, so when it comes to parenting, I chose on purpose to be less neurotic when it comes to bringing up our child. I just don't want to push that onto her and to put high achieving goals on her and put too much worry about her. And when it comes to that, I think you are more neurotic than I am. Like, don't touch this, it's dirty, or careful not to fall. And so you're more likely to say these things than I am. You will be a bit more sensitive to threat and danger, a little more quick to anger, and will experience somewhat more negative emotions than your partner. You will be a bit more sensitive to emotional pain, sadness, anger, fear, and anxiety than your partner. So that's the problem. I mean, that the problem lies in the fact when I'm in a room with equally neurotic person, and I think in environment where we grew up in a highly neurotic country. I think mentality there in Serbia is that everybody's highly neurotic, and everybody's arguing about everything. There is no polite way to deal with conflict, and that's just surprising that she is not high neuroticism. because most people are. Really, most people I know are high. At times, your partner may not understand why you are upset, or he or she can help you by not taking it personal when you get upset, by staying calm and by listening to your concerns without ignoring you. Partners' comparative emotional stability will help keep your relationship stable, especially if your score is very high. So the reason I think she learned how to deal with me is that she had to deal with her mother, who is also very high in neuroticism. Just by observing, you can come to that conclusion. And that's why her mother and I don't get along very well.
They are the same.
It will also be useful for you to talk to your partner about your cares and concerns, as you may detect genuine problems and dangers that someone with comparatively lower levels of neuroticism might miss. So that's what I gain a habit of doing. Whenever I feel anxious, I express my anxiety and tell what I'm anxious about. And if she tells me that there is nothing to worry about, I trust her, because I know she worries about the right things, not about everything. Except when it comes to don't touch dirty things. I'm a firm believer in that. You should eat a pound of dirt until a certain age. Your partner will be somewhat more likely to take on a listening, caring, and calming role in a relationship, especially if he or she is also agreeable.
Yes.
Yes. You will be a little more likely to seek comfort and raise concerns. You will excel at keeping the two of you safe. See, that's my goal. But you may need to be pushed to overcome your inhibition from time to time. Exactly what I do. Your virtues and faults as a couple. You're likely to feel higher than average levels of negative emotion. Your partner will feel worried, anxious, and upset. When it is appropriate, but it's unlikely to be frequently disabled by negative emotion. Yeah, if I feel negative emotion, I'm done. Baked. But she can just go on. Someone says something to me that I didn't like, I just obsess about that, can't do anything else the entire day. And she just, whatever. And
sometimes I make fun of that person. If someone tells me something I don't like.
Yeah, especially if you do work which we do, like internet. You expose yourself to the internet, and you let other people give them a way to leave a negative comment, which is YouTube, anywhere, or any kind of social media. And when I see that, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to answer. And then I answer. And then she answers, but in a normal way, not in my way. The two of you may occasionally set each other off emotionally. However, your partner's relative stability will keep the relationship stable. That or her. You will sometimes get upset with each other with personal life events and situations. You may be prone to worry, to feel hurt, and to burst into irritability. I tend to control that more than I used to.
Yeah, and when he feels like that, he just leave the room or something. He doesn't express that to me, so I can feel hurt or irritably or something.
Yeah, because
I keep it for himself.
Because I know what's going on, I just tend to wait
to calm down.
You're unlikely to enter into dangerous situations without. Okay, we read that you may occasionally struggle with excessive jealousy. No, I said something I don't do. In your sex life together, you may struggle with self-consciousness and need for reassurance. I do sometimes. Your partner is less likely than you are to experience. Okay, your partner is less likely than you are to experience this. People who are high in neuroticism are also more likely to experience performance anxiety in the bedroom than those who are lower. And not the performance you might expect. Performance anxiety. Yeah. Well, I think I do. Yes. If and when you have children, you will be fairly sensible when it comes to risk, which again is a surprise to me that I'm not. Your partner will be slightly more likely than you to allow your children to take risk, which will help facilitate their independence. And I'm glad that I'm not also that person. However, you may at times experience undue negative emotion or worry about your children. You are likely to be more cautious than your partner. It will be important to find the right balance where you both feel your children are safe but are also developing their independence. Yeah, I'm definitely for the independence, so I don't worry much. And we do push her early in many things. Like, look, you're on your own now, and try and fail as much as you can. But we taught her that failure is not something bad. It's a process of learning and becoming independent. Because you're high in neuroticism, you may not be well suited to extremely stressful jobs. I would agree. Because your partner is atypical, he or she may be able to cope with demands of fairly stressful job, although may have trouble with an extremely stressful position. So we didn't have actually opportunity to be in extremely stressful positions. It's important to find work that matches your temperament rather than the other way around. Again, when it comes to the family finances, you will be unlikely to make risky financial decisions unless I'm encouraged. Your partner will be comfortable making some risky choices from time to time. You will be especially financially prudent if you're also typical low in extroversion. Okay. You may run into some trouble because your temperaments. At times, your partner may not understand why you're upset. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
All right. He or she may find it too sensitive, and it may be draining to deal.
It's not that I don't understand sometimes why are you upset. I just cannot.
You can't understand that I'm upset about that.
Yeah, I understand he is upset, but for me it's why. Why are you upset about that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be upset about it. But
see, I get it. Why? I know him. I know he will be upset about something even before that. But for me, it's why are you bothered with that?
Okay. If you can communicate effectively, however, you should be able to work through these troubles. Yes. You may sometimes feel like your partner does not understand you, however, particularly if you don't do a good job of communicating together.
Well, we do a good job of communicating.
Yeah, we do a good job of communicating, and
now it will be better because now he knows why I'm laughing all the time.
I'm a walking Woody Allen character. What's his name really? Boris Yelnikov? Just I'm not that smart. And I don't wear shorts all the time, but I will because I can't find pants. All the pants are too big for me or too small.
Too short and too wide.
All right, let's go to the next one. Withdrawal. Withdrawal is an aspect of big factor neuroticism. Withdrawal is a measure of a person's tendency to experience negative emotions like sadness, doubt, and worry, to be calm, reversed, or anxious, and to withdraw from or to avoid uncertain and unexpected situations. People who are higher in withdrawal tend to feel negative emotion more strongly and more often. They may be more likely to avoid uncertain or anxiety-provoking situations unless they consciously counter this tendency. People who are lower in withdrawal tend to feel negative emotion less strongly and less often. They are likely to feel more comfortable in uncertain or anxiety-provoking situations and unlikely to avoid them. Technically, withdrawal has been associated with activity in the brain systems that regulate passive avoidance. All right, I win again. Your score puts you 89th percentile for withdrawal. If you were one of the 100 people in a room, you would be lower in withdrawal than 10 of them and higher withdrawal than 89 of them, man. So let's see what it actually means. You are high in the aspect of withdrawal. This means you are likely to find new, uncertain, unexpected, threatening, or complex situations to be more challenging. Yes, that's the thing. I love planning and I love preparing for all scenarios. And when something happens that I didn't plan for, I freak out.
Yeah.
You will be likely to want to avoid withdraw from the unknown and unexpected unless you consciously change this tendency. Challenge. Yes, the reason we are still here doing this job, although we didn't like it for years, is just because we both withdraw mainly under my influence, not to change the job, not to change the environment. You're likely to feel higher levels of anticipatory anxiety. Definitely. I'm anxious right now. You feel higher than average levels of negative emotions such as sadness, loneliness, doubt, worry, self-consciousness, and disappointment. Disappointment, definitely. Self-consciousness, worry, doubt, loneliness. Sometimes I do feel lonely, but not in the matter like there is nobody else here, but in the matter of nobody understands me.
Yeah.
Sadness, that these things, they make you sad. You will be quite sensitive to social rejection and may be easily hurt by it.
Yes.
I'm very vulnerable to that. And even if I don't admit that I am, I do get hurt by the stupidest things.
And sometimes he feels rejected even if he isn't.
Yeah. And when I was a teenager, because of the fear of social rejection, I never hit on a girl unless I was wasted. And then the next day when she sees me sober, like, who's this guy? When you become hurt, frightened, or anxious, it may take you a long time to recover. It does take a long time. You will feel sad, lonesome, disappointed, and grief-stricken more often than others. I do. You will have higher than average levels of doubt and worry and may be prone to feeling embarrassed or self-conscious. That's definitely true. So Sanya again is in the middle, 47th percentile. People who are typical in withdrawal may occasionally suffer from anticipatory anxiety, but are generally not impeded by it. So again, a healthy dose of anxiety. They can handle new, uncertain, unexpected, threatening, or complex situations reasonably well. I mean, she's the person who came alone to China with a 6-month-old baby. And I was freaking out. And she was the one on the trip.
And I didn't freak out until our friend told me it was situation for freaking out.
Yeah, it was. You were supposed to freak out. How come you didn't? People with medium levels of withdrawal sometimes feel sad, low, disappointed, and grief-stricken, but not too deeply and not too for long. You can shake it off more easily than I do. They experience normal levels of doubt and worry, embarrassment, self-consciousness, and discouragement in the face of threat and punishment. Yeah. Like, you're normal. They are not particularly likely to doubt in their relationship or to feel self-conscious or jealous around their partner, although that may occur at times.
I don't think so.
They are reasonably but not excessively sensitive to social rejection and don't feel hurt too easily by others, including their partner.
I agree.
Even when hurt, frightened, or anxious, they can recover in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, you don't grieve for a long time. People with typical levels of withdrawal are not particularly concerned that something bad is going to happen. All right. Implications of withdrawal as a couple. Again, slightly different. Basically same.
This may present a problem to your relationship.
But it doesn't. You are likely to struggle in new threatening complex. Okay. So this, yes. You're likely to struggle in a new threatening complex and certain unexpected situations. So when they came, just a brief history, I came to China when she was pregnant, and she came with the baby when the baby was 6 months old.
Yeah, 13 months later we came.
And this was a typical new, threatening, complex, uncertain, and unexpected situation. For me, who lived alone for a year, and then everything changed in a second. Not unexpectedly, but very complex and very threatening to my existence, to my identity.
Well, it is unexpected because you didn't know how it is.
Yeah,
I
didn't know what to expect. In that matter, yes.
You knew we will come, but you didn't know.
And that was our, I think, biggest crisis that we had.
Yeah.
At that moment, I just freaked out, didn't know what to do. I quit my job, then bought tickets to Serbia. Then I decided, let's find another job in China. So we went back to China. And that was just probably the biggest crisis in my life. But we sorted out by talking.
Yeah, and even then we didn't fight.
While your partner can usually handle such circumstances, he or she may sometimes struggle as well. You will be more likely to withdraw from this situation, while your partner is less likely to do so. Feel doubtful about the relationship? I don't. Basically, I have full trust in this relationship.
Yes, me too. And we survived a year apart.
Yeah, our relationship didn't fail after being separated for a year. And after that, I think nothing worse can happen.
Yes. And during that year, we only text each other and sending photos.
Because I was freaking out.
To do a video call, yeah.
Yeah, I was freaked out from doing video calls. Not because of the video calls, but because I had a friend in the same apartment. I knew some other people will listen to what I talk when I talk to her, and that's what I just don't like. But I learned to like. Especially in the early stage, your partner will feel this way less frequently. You may be a bit more easily hurt than your partner and will be a bit more sensitive to social rejection. I am. When you become hurt, frightened, or anxious, it will take you a relatively long time to recover. We discussed that. You may worry unduly about your partner or the relationship, and your partner may sometimes do so less than you. Again, I don't worry at all. Not in a sense I don't worry, I don't care. In a sense,
I trust
her.
Yeah.
And I trust this relationship to last. And the reason for that is because I know even we do have a problem, we're able to discuss it and solve it and find a common language and a common solution. Volatility is an aspect of the big 5-factor neuroticism. Volatility is a measure of a person's mood stability, irritability, and their ability to regulate their emotion. People who score higher in volatility tend to vary in their moods. They are easily stirred up and can be irritable. They can sometimes lose their composure and tend to be prone to lashing out. People who score lower in volatility tend to vary less in their moods. Their moods are more predictable, they are difficult to stir up and tend not to be irritable. They rarely lose their composure and are unlikely to lash out. Man, I win again. 91 percentile. So you're high in the aspect of volatility. I even forgot this. This means you're likely to vary more than average in your mood. I have hourly mood swings, I would say, and it depends of just what happened. Your moods will likely to be less predictable. You will likely feel higher levels of frustration, pain, and loneliness than average. Agree, you can be irritable, and you may take your feelings out on others, including your partner, if you're not careful. Yeah, I tend to get you nervous when I'm nervous. You may act out or verbally express your frustration, disappointment, and irritability. I do have a tendency to do that, especially if you ask me to do something and to interrupt my work, I just burst with a very angry comment.
Yeah, unpleasant comment.
And then the moment I say it, I realize what I've done, but it's too late. You can likely be stirred up easily, and once you are angry or irritated, you may take a longer time. Okay, you may lose your composure somewhat often or lash out. That's lashing out. And I'm not careful. You may be particularly sensitive to seemingly harmless comments or actions. Yes. Like when she laughs, I'm sometimes angry about that. And especially if there's other people who don't know me. But she doesn't do that often because there aren't many people, which I don't know. And may be prone to negative interpretations of your partner's behavior.
Well, now you know why I laugh.
Yeah, because you're normal. All right, she's again atypical or average. On the lower end.
Yes.
But again, typical. Your partner is typical. People who are typical tend not to vary abnormally in their mood. Most of the time she's
bubbly.
They are not particularly irritable and feel no more than typical levels of disappointment, frustration, pain, and social isolation, unless we are talking about our job.
Yeah.
Man, or Chinese traffic.
Oh my God.
They express their frustration, disappointment, and irritability reasonably and not excessively often. Even when stirred up and upset or angry or irritated, they calm down relatively quickly. True. Unless it's a job-related thing. A Lisa-related thing.
Yeah, our boss a related thing. And one kid I had.
There's one kid in her class, she just hates him. They're no more argumentative than average and infrequently lose their composure around their partner. If provoked in a dispute, a person of average volatility may react in kind, particularly if also low in agreeableness. However, such people generally remain calm and abrupted even when stressed. I would agree. I would agree that that's definitely you. Implications Again, slightly different. We just skip over that.
With problem.
Potential problems everywhere. It's just, our relationship, if you look at objectively, is one big minefield. But we have the beep machines. Because you're you're likely to vary more than average in your mood. Your partner will be comparatively emotionally stable. Her moods will vary in approximately average way. Your partner is less so.
Prone.
All right. You're prone to irritability while your partner is less so. I think we're reading the same thing again. We can just skip. Opens to... All right. And this is the last trait. Openness to experience. Openness to experience is a big 5 personality trait associated with creativity, artistic interest, and intelligence. Openness to experience is a measure of person's interest in novelty, art, literature, abstract thinking, philosophy, as well as their sensitivity to aesthetic emotions and beauty. Research shows that openness is fairly assertive, which means that couples tend to align in these dimensions of personality. Personality psychologists have determined that there are two separable aspects of openness experience, openness and intellect.
But not IQ.
Not IQ, yes. Openness is associated with the aesthetic, creative, and visionary aspect of openness to experience. Intellect is associated with interest in ideas, curiosity, and abstract thought. We will first discuss your results for the trait of openness overall and later two of the aspects. So let's dig in another 2 hours.
You need to do it like Joe Rogan. He put on internet 2 videos.
Yeah, one big and couple of hundreds of clips. Personality psychologists have determined that there are two separable aspects of openness to experience. Okay.
You read that?
I read that.
Now you're...
So this is my score. Something I win, but I'm proud of. It's like 99th percentile. 95th percentile. Your score puts you at the 95th percentile for openness to experience. If you're one of 100 people in the room, you would be lower in openness to experience than for them. And okay. People who are very high in openness to experience may make very intellectual, creative, and interesting partners. What do you say?
Yes.
You will...
What? Yes, you're very interesting, very creative, very intellectual.
You better say that. You will very much enjoy learning and acquiring new abilities and skills, sometimes with your partner. If that's where I put my thoughts around all the time. If I'm not learning, if I'm not improving, if I'm just not generating something new, I'm losing my time. I'm wasting my time. That's how my mind works. You're very curious and explanatory as opposed to conservative and conventional. I would agree, curious, exploratory as opposed to... when it comes to anything, I just either find a book or a podcast or a video and I dig when I have a problem to solve, and I just dig deep into literature so I could learn and try to overcome the problem.
Yeah.
You're not likely to follow social norms when it comes to your role in a relationship just because they're social norms. I'm not even sure that I know what social norms are. I'm no interest in them. You are very likely to enjoy complex, abstract discussions with your romantic partner. That's why I married her. She can listen. And she can reply back. You're likely to be interested in many things and can think and learn quickly. That's the thing I want to stress out. think and learn quickly. Learn quickly, especially if that's something that I like. I mean, we bought these cameras that I'm filming right now on like
October?
Like 5-6 weeks ago. And before I ordered them, I obsessed with them. First, it took me like a couple of weeks, if not months, to make a decision which camera to buy. And then once I decided, I started to learn how to do this and that in the camera. And once I got the camera, I was ready to use the camera. She's still learning how to do most of the things.
Yes, I like to learn by using it. And he knows it. So when he's telling me something, he tells a thing or two or three, just so I can remember it easily.
Yes. So I like to have everything on the plate and learn everything before I start using it. But yes. So let's see about my partner. That's it. It's her. So openness to experience, again, very high, 83. And that's what the thing predicted, that partners tend to match these values. So people who are high in openness, in creative, do we have the same text? No. They like learning and acquiring new abilities and skills, sometimes with their partner. She does. True. Like that.
Yeah, he likes to find answers by himself. I like to do it by him telling me.
I'm the...
What he learned, he just tell me. I prefer it that way.
I'm the magic ball with answers. They are curious and exploratory as opposed to conservative and conventional. Definitely. They are not likely to follow social norms. That's why I think this trait is like one of the crucials that we work together well. They will enjoy attending cultural and artistic events with their partner. Most of our dates were museums, concerts, public events, theaters, cinema. Yeah. Even when dating, it's not attending events, but most of the time we spend watching movies and TV shows,
sitcoms,
which I approve. They are interested in many things and can think and learn quickly. Definitely can. That's the first thing that drawn me. Like when we were studying together, and I knew that you knew something and that you figured it out even before it was obvious. They are likely to enjoy complex, abstract discussions with their romantic partner. I hope you enjoy.
Of course, yes.
They are interested in many things and can think and learn quickly.
Yeah, you said it.
They can make associations between ideas, formulate problems in new ways. That's what I love about her, actually. Let me show you her headphones.
On my camera, though.
This is how she solved the problem of broken headphones.
Both sides had a crack. You can show it here.
So these headphones had a crack here, and she just...
Okay, now you can see.
No, I can't because my voice is not reaching. They allow change sometimes for the sake of change. That's what we both love.
Yeah.
And not even here, when most of the furniture is stuck to one place, we tend to change the room every couple of months, change everything in our room.
Yeah.
Just move furniture from one place to the other.
Yes, my best friend told me, I have a room back at home, which is like cell. It's a really small room. I had one person bed, one chair, table, and how do you say it?
Cupboard.
Yeah, but
bookshelf.
No, it's closet, but it's like in shape of
I don't know.
Bridge closet, right? And you can put under that closet, you can put either your chair, your headrest of the bed, or your writing table.
Desk,
yes. So I moved my furniture, I don't know, every 2 weeks, and every time my best friend come to me, yo, you have new room. Every time.
Okay, implications of openness to experience as a couple. You're very high in openness to experience and your partner is high in openness to experience. As a couple, you're high in openness, such as will tend to embody the virtues and faults in high openness to experience in general. You and your partner are slightly different in openness, but really slightly.
Yeah.
You may occasionally find it difficult to understand. No, you can use your slight differences to your advantages. Nothing really here. Basically because we are matching.
Yes, we have same interests, so.
You're slightly higher than your partner, so we sometimes see your partner as dull, predictable, conventional, and narrow. I do not, because the difference is really slight. And especially because whenever I take interest in something, you kind of follow me just because I talk about that a lot. And if you were not to take interest in that, then I might find you dull and narrow. Like,
yes, but I think it's not about subject you're talking, but it's the way how you talk about that. So if you really like it, if I'm
passionate about it,
then it's interesting, so I follow. But sometimes you like it, but you're not enough passionate about it, so I don't follow.
All right. Your partner will sometimes see you as difficult to understand, eccentric, over intellectual, impractical, unpredictable, and out there. Agree? Am I difficult to understand, eccentric, over intellectual?
No.
If you were really low in openness to experience, I think you would, like most people do.
But it's like I said, I don't think you're over intellectual. Because I can understand everything you say. But if you're really passionate about something you're saying, and you are most of the time, I just follow. I like to listen to you, even though if it's not interesting subject in general.
Okay.
If you are passionate about it, it is interesting.
You will be somewhat more interested in ideas, artistic endeavors, and cultural and political events than your partner. The only thing that she really has no interest is politics. I also tend to avoid that, but some events and some things that trigger my interest, I do tend to talk to you. But do you enjoy when I talk about ancient Rome or current politics?
Current politics, no, but ancient Rome, yes, because it's interesting.
You will be a bit more likely to see yourself as okay, with that. This is not. As creative and more likely to be viewed. Okay, you will be more likely to see yourself as creative, more likely to be viewed that way by others as well. You are also somewhat more likely to be politically liberal than your partner is. When it comes to, it's different when it comes to political orientation in our background. But yeah, if you look at that, I would definitely tend to more liberal. But I don't think she can compare to that because she's like, don't give it. But yes, definitely not conservative. Your partner will be more interested in concrete topics and conversations such as the actions of people in the immediate neighborhood and the local cares of the day. No, she wouldn't. Compared to you, your partner will not be as interested in fantasizing or daydreaming or art or literature or culture or politics and ideas. Again, if she scored less, that would make more sense. But I think we're equally.
Yes, I'm really interested in fantasy, daydreaming, art, literature, culture, politics, not, but ideas, yeah.
So we move to openness to experience your virtues and faults as a couple. So the two of you are likely to live very interesting, complex, and creative lives, frequently trying new things and embracing change. I couldn't agree more. If you can describe us in one sentence, I think this is the one.
Yeah.
To some people, it wouldn't be interesting because they don't find interest in creativity. But yet again, we run one YouTube channel and Instagram account together. So it's like we created a business from that. And then this is my channel. She's got her photography Instagram channel. We are trying right now. We are at the very beginning of our photography business. And that's a new thing. And I don't think we'll stop here. So expect more change. And that's not a problem. There are also some risks you'll face. And let's just go back. And the fact that we live like in China and we're from Serbia, we speak in English and just teach English. It's totally, for us, it's a normal life. But to majority of people, especially people which I know, it's something like, why? Why the hell?
Yeah, and how?
How? There are also some risks you will face as a couple who is high in openness to experience. People who are high or very high in openness to experience tend to be interested in everything. I, again, couldn't agree more. I kind of can't channel my interests, which can make it hard to them to settle on a single path in life, to specialize to a necessary degree, and to create an integrated identity. Again, I couldn't agree more. I don't know. So the fact is I started as a, man, I don't know where I started. In high school, I was very interested in photography and graphic design. So that's where I started learning Photoshop like 20 years ago. And then I was always interested in writing. So I moved to fiction writing. And ever since I was writing fiction, I didn't publish much, a couple of stories and one novel. But there is not a single day that I don't even think about some stories I could write or actually write them. Some of them I finished, some of them I didn't finish. And then I like making movies. I like writing blogs. I have more than 1,000 blogs all over the internet. So I can't find one thing, and that's why I like YouTube, because you can incorporate everything in one, like writing, filming, design, and photography in one thing. And that's how I found, I think, that one thing by having 4 different things. And I don't know about you. What?
Well, I'm just thinking about it. When I was in primary school and middle school, I do dancing a lot, making out a choreography, and I was just really into it. And I was dancing folklore.
Folk dance.
Yes. And then in high school, I was very into singing.
Singing in a choir?
Yeah. And same in college. But I think now I found myself in cooking and photography most of.
Yeah, so she basically runs a food blog and a food photography Instagram account. Yes. And we share. She makes her own recipes, adapts them from ketogenic diet.
From the regular.
She takes a regular recipe, traditional or not traditional, and changes it so it can fit into ketogenic diet.
Yeah, and I have some recipes you cannot find anywhere.
She in the past 2 years, she made, let's say, 600 different meals. Full meal, like the desserts, main meals, sauces, appetizers, 600 different separate meals. So that's extremely creative. And she had one year that she would make a new meal every day.
Yeah, first year of
our Instagram account, she would make one new meal from not from scratch, adopting it from which is quite challenging. We're talking about making pastry keto friendly, and
we have some meals in Serbia, which is you can find it only in Serbia or around Serbia, and I have recipes in keto version.
Yeah, there are like about a dozen of cakes.
Yes.
Which I find amazing. So this is more likely if your partner is high in neuroticism and low in conscientiousness. Okay, so at least I'm not that low in this. People are characterized by neuroticism and openness to experience constantly undermine their own convictions and beliefs by incessant questioning and make themselves lost and anxious. I do a lot of these things. And the reason especially I'm very sensitive to fiction writing when it comes to criticizing my fiction writing. And she's my beta reader most of the times. But right now I'm working on a novel that nobody has ever seen, not even her. But she'll be the first person to see it. And if that novel passes her test, and then I know it's ready. But when I was writing my first novel, each chapter, when I would finish each chapter, I would send to her and to my best friend, and they were both reading it, and I needed that feedback just to make sure that I'm doing something right, that I'm not fooling myself in that manner.
Not wasting time, yes.
Because I always think I have that imposter syndrome when it comes to anything, especially to fiction writing, because I'm very passionate about that and I want it to be good. And I don't want to sound like these people you can find on talent shows with Dunning-Kruger syndrome, that they come and they think they kick ass and they actually suck. So I'm always afraid of that, whatever I do. People who are high in openness to experience and low in conscientiousness are often underachievers. Again, I think as far as I remember, I'm quite not low, but somewhere in the middle, maybe.
I don't remember.
Me neither. Let's check it quickly. Conscientiousness. Enthusiasm. Oh man, this is long. So, see, I'm a typical or average. You are low. So that's why you are underachiever most of the time.
Yeah.
You just don't bother, or you just give up on some things. I can't say that I don't give up. I gave up playing the piano, and many times I gave up doing many things, but to some things I stick.
Yeah, I now remember. I need someone to push me, because again, I have a master's degree. I did some stuff in my life. I don't feel like I'm underachiever. Yeah,
but that's the thing. That's why that's the people who know you think that you can get much more just by exposing yourself more. They appear to have the capability to succeed, can learn quickly, and are creative, but they seldom implement their ideas. That's the thing. You sometimes adjust. And when it comes to photography, she was always talented for that. But I think ever since she started doing food photography, she was challenged by the other photographers. And you can, if you just check out her Instagram account, you can see very rapid progress from someone who has talent to someone who is very good at it now. But yeah, she was challenged by them, and maybe by me, I don't know. You might find it difficult to establish a stable, productive, familiar existence, particularly if one or both of you is also either high in neuroticism. Or both of you is also either high in neuroticism or low in conscientiousness. So we have a bad combo, but we still... this is something I expect is about to come. If we go full in a creative process. Because what we lack is the business side of the process. It's very hard for us to monetize what we do, and even we just grew up with that mindset that you shouldn't put price on everything. I mean, raised in a communist country, our parents are also raised in a communist country. We jumped out of that thing. We don't think communism is a great thing. On the other hand, on the opposite, I think it showed that it's quite horrific thing.
Yeah. Try living 5 years in China.
Yeah, try living here, try growing up in Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
But it still has some consequences when we have our ebooks for sale, and
we have both free ebook and material about ketogenic diet, and we have for sale. And every time I want to advertise that, first I say you have for free, but if you want to buy, you have this one.
Yeah, you can also book consultations with us, or we make meal plans for an entire month.
Yeah.
And I felt guilty when I first did it. Like, man, what?
Yes,
it didn't feel
and every
right.
time I get some question in my inbox about something I can do as a consultation, I answer for free.
Yeah, we answer our emails for free. We don't tell them like, look, we can answer your emails, but you need to book a consultation. No, we just answer that. And so we lack that business thing, probably because high neuroticism, my part, and because
I'm people pleaser. So
people pleaser, and someone who is like, what would people think? When it comes to your sex life together, the two of you are likely to be interested in trying new things as opposed to sticking to your routine and conforming to social norms. Trying out, definitely. You may be interested in sexual experimentation and may even adopt this as an important aspect of your life. I would agree. When it comes to religion, you're both very likely to seek out new spiritual experiences and to learn more about traditions, in particular, if you're high in the aspect of openness to experience. So both of us are not religious, but I can't say that we are not spiritual. I tend to think I lean far more in scientific terms of thinking, but I can't escape spirituality. I either practice meditation, or I like just reading philosophical books about not like mainstream religion, but some spirituality. I feel that.
Yeah, I don't lean on church, and I don't believe in God as is God from Bible, but I believe in love. I believe in that what God represent.
Something abstract,
yes.
Feeling you can't.
Yes.
Okay. Some people who are high in openness to experience may avoid traditional religion altogether, particularly if they are higher in intellect and lower in the aspect of openness. So again, we didn't read this before, but whenever I say it's not the first time that the next sentence describes just what I said. If and when you have children, you're likely to expose your children to art and new ideas. So few days ago, it was our daughter's birthday. She got a camera for her birthday. Most of the toys are art related.
Yeah.
She last year we bought a piano for her. She didn't find interest in that, so definitely agree. In particular, if you're high, okay. Some people who are high in openness to experience may avoid traditional religion. That's not.
No.
Stability and traditionalism are virtues of lower openness to experience approach, but these may not be in line with your values. So definitely not a traditional person. We are open to any experience. I mean, we live in China, come on. If your children are lower in openness to experience than you by temperament, they may be less attracted to the creative endeavors that fascinate you than you may expect. Try to concentrate on the other gifts they possess with their unique temperaments. I think our daughter, by observing, is very high in openness. She likes singing, dancing, reading, drawing.
Yes. And now photography.
Now photography. I mean, she can use a camera. She's 5-year-old who can use a camera.
Yeah, and even showed her, press this when you want to turn on camera, press this when you want to take a picture, you move this button to this green, whatever it is.
Matching.
Yeah, so if you want to record something and she remembers it and do it like that.
She's vlogging.
Yeah. And she can speak.
Intellect is an aspect of the big 5-factor openness to experience. It measures a person's interest in ideas and abstract concepts. So again, not IQ, but how open you are to ideas and abstract concepts. People who are higher in intellect tend to be more curious, more verbally adept, with a richer vocabulary, maybe not in this language. I understand most of the words I'm reading here, but I can't express myself in this way. But in Serbian, I tend to believe that I have a rich vocabulary.
Yeah. In English, he's better than me. My English is not that good, but in Serbian, I think I am a little bit better than you.
I don't know. We can discuss that. And more interested in learning, while those who are lower in intellect tend to be less curious, less verbally adept, and less interested in learning. Okay, importantly, the personality aspect of intellect is not the same as personal. Again, what we said, intellect is a measure of interest in abstract ideas. Okay, we can skip this. And you are high in intellect. Again, something that's obvious. So for the majority of my life, I believe that everybody is the same and that everybody has the same interest in ideas. And now when I see this test and I see that I'm in 89th percentile, I understand why some people don't give a shit about the things that I care mostly. So you are high in aspect of intellect. People who are high in aspect of the intellect make interesting and intellectual stimulating partners. What do you say?
Yes.
Oh, see, she's so interested that she's sleeping.
I'm hungry.
You will enjoy talking about ideas and will want to engage in complex philosophical discussions with your partner. That's mostly what we're talking about, is some kind of shape of ideas. or our own problems that we are solving, or plans, or next moves. So we barely engage in chit chat.
Yeah, that's why our daughter speaks Serbian.
Very little.
Yes. She doesn't understand us, and
yeah, when we talk to her, she talks to her in Serbian. I mostly talk English to her, and she's in Chinese kindergarten, so she speaks Chinese, she speaks English, but
she understands Serbian, but she's not using it.
Yeah, so mainly because when we speak Serbian, we speak something that flies over her head.
Yes, and I think she noticed when we speak with children, we speak English, so she chose to speak English.
Yes. You will be quick to understand new ideas and situations because you are interested in doing so. I agree. And you may get frustrated with those who don't figure out things out as quickly as you.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, she and my sisters, they know that the best because I have two younger sisters. I was always, my duty was to help them with school, and I would show them once. And if they don't get it, they don't get it. Don't ask me again, I'll be pissed. Because I give my best to present everything that I know the most in the most beautiful, elegant way, so you can understand it. Not in this language again. I struggle with presenting anything in English. You're likely to have rich vocabulary, which I tend to believe. I'm
Yes.
a writer. I hope I do.
Yes, you do.
And yes, so your partner is typical or average in intellect. So again, like balanced, in the leaning more to high above average. Your partner is typical in the aspect of intellect. People typical in intellect can be interested in ideas and abstract concepts. They don't mind and sometimes enjoy being confronted with novel information, however, if it's complex. Even if it's complex. They are as curious as the average person and occasionally like to tackle and solve intellectual problems. They are sometimes compelled to engage in philosophical discussions and to enjoy complex books, most frequently non-fiction. But I think you enjoy fiction more than non-fiction.
Well, yes.
But more straightforward issues and topics are generally sufficient. They may enjoy discussing abstract concepts with their partner, but will also enjoy discussing things at more practical level.
True.
They are acceptably articulate and can formulate and communicate their ideas reasonably well, particularly if average or higher in extroversion. I would agree. They have vocabulary of a normal breadth and depth and can enjoy learning new things. Occasionally, they will seek out generate novel creative concepts and find and adopt well to new experiences and situations. The only thing that she struggled to adopt is Chinese food.
Food?
Yeah.
Well, not anymore.
Well, she struggled because it took you like more than normal time.
Yeah. 3 years, maybe
3
4.
years she didn't eat anything except chicken and rice. But now she ate
I ate
intestines.
guts and everything now.
Okay, implications of intellect as couple. You are high and your partner is typical. Again, different, so same. You will be likely to enjoy discussing ideas with your partner, learning new information, or engage in abstract concepts. However, your partner may somewhat less interested in these topics than you are, or he or she will occasionally enjoy discussing ideas and abstract concepts, but this will be balanced by practical and immediate topics of that's what she does.
Yes.
You should feel like you can enjoy conversations with your partner much of the time, but it may help you if you each have friends with whom you can discuss your preferred topics at your preferred level. Definitely, like my best friend, we tend to intellectualize more when I talk to him than with her. Not that I don't, but just because I have the same amount of feedback or I get back the same amount of abstract thought from him, I engage more on a higher level, I would just say.
Yeah, well, it's because if I do something like that, I do it with you, and he does it with himself, so he can do it with you both.
Or with everybody, basically.
Yes.
You're likely to enjoy reading. In particular, you will enjoy reading books about ideas which tend to be non-fiction. As much as I would like to say that I prefer fiction because I'm mostly a fiction writer, I found in recent years that I'm a sucker for non-fiction. I read 50 to 60 books per year, non-fiction. Read or listen to podcasts, or which is another form of non-fiction, if you ask me.
Yeah.
So your partner may enjoy reading about ideas, but it's likely to be less interested in this than you. Yeah, you would never pick up something by yourself, usually if I make you like it.
Yeah, when he discovers something, he will tell me and I will choose if I like it or not. But I won't discover by myself.
You're likely to be more articulate than your partner and will find it easy to communicate your ideas. Yeah, she doesn't lack that. Your partner is like to be reasonably articulate, although you may occasionally overwhelm your partner. Oh, I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
And we have an internal joke, like when I'm like pouring until it's filled. I mean, look at me. I'm disgusted. That will be like 5-hour video if I don't edit it. This can make communication difficult in a relationship at times. You should both be aware of this tendency and work carefully together to overcome it. You're likely to want to take on a complex, creative, and rapidly changing occupation. That's true. I don't enjoy doing the same thing over and over again. Can't find any. If I can do it for a short period of time, but when I get into a routine, I need to change it. Even when it comes to my writing or filming, I'm always trying to find new ways to film or write or do whatever. Your partner may enjoy either complex and creative occupations or stable, straightforward jobs. Do you agree?
First, yes.
Straightforward jobs that gets bored quickly.
Yes.
You both may experience boredom at work. Oh, here we are. If you understimulated.
Yeah.
If you're understimulated.
Yes.
And the last trait is openness. Actually, openness is an aspect of the big 5 factor openness to experience. It measures a person's creativity and interest in aesthetic experience. People who are higher in the aspect of openness tend to be artistic, creative, and sensitive to beauty. People who are lower in the aspect of openness tend to be less artistic, less creative, and less sensitive to beauty. So again, I think this is obvious. 93rd percentile of openness.
Is this the same one?
Yes. Yeah. So we both scored very high. You are high in the aspect of openness. The closest synonym for the aspect of openness is creativity. People who score high in aspect of openness are creative, artistic, imaginative, reflective, although they can also sometimes be impractical and unusual. You are likely to require a creative outlet and you will find beauty very important. That's why I like this test. And once we finish, I'll show you something that blew my mind.
What?
Just when we finish this.
Okay.
Your partner is high in openness. Again, the same.
Why is my little bit bigger than yours?
because it's your partner. The closest synonym for the aspect of openness is creativity. Highly open, creative people love beauty. They require an outlet for creative ability, or they have difficulty thriving. They want to be surrounded by art or beautiful crafts. Yes, they are sensitive to color and architectural form. They like to collect things. They are imaginative and like to daydream and reflect on things. And they are affected comparatively deeply by music, often of many genres, and maybe musical or artistic themselves. Both these are rare in general population. They can get through immersed in a book or a movie or in their own thoughts and become somewhat oblivious to the outside world, whatever. She takes like a book or a movie and just, it's goodbye. They respond strongly to beauty, creativity, and art. That's like the perfect explanation. That's the perfect description of ourselves. I couldn't believe how accurate this is.
Yes.
And we have you're high in the aspect of openness. So let's see what implications will we have. You and your partner are similar in the aspect, exactly the same, because you align closely in this aspect. You will each easily understand your partner's thoughts, interests, and ideas. So again, it's enough that one is exact match and some of the traits are complete opposites.
I think this is the most important to both of us.
Yeah.
The creative side of us. That's why.
And that's why now this explains why I get along with you all these years very well, because we share the same values. We both value art, creativity, beauty. And if that was not true, because if only one of us is this high in this trait, I think that would be a problem. If I find value that in beautiful art, and you just don't, and you, even if you mock it or say that I'm stupid to love it or to obsess about it, that would be a big problem. You're both likely to be very reflective and tend to daydream a lot, either together or apart. This is one way of daydreaming and working together and reflective. This, because you're both high in an aspect of openness, you're both likely to require a creative outlet. And fortunately, we created one outlet that we both work on them, and now together in photography, which we both work on that. I'm more focused on videos than she is, but
I'm not.
She's not focused at all. And in that, our other YouTube channel, I'm more focused on teaching and videos, and she's more focused on practical things, like the test said, like making real food, which can be applied for that diet. This may be a source of shared joy for you. If you enjoy the same creative pursuits, you will both find beauty, creativity, and art important, and may even become obsessed with these pursuits. I couldn't agree more. You will understand this aspect of your partner. You're both likely to be very reflective. You'll tend to daydream a lot, either together or apart. Agreed.
Yeah, you read that.
You will want to discuss your thought and reflection together all the time. You each may also have strange mental experiences from time to time, and you may think unusual ways because of this trait. We do have some strange experiences. Yes. Like yesterday, I was obsessing about writing. I had a slight writer's block yesterday. Made a film about it. It worked out well. You may also be attracted to new age ideas, occult ideas, and other non-mainstream ideas having to do with spirituality. I did when I was younger, but then I figured out it can be dangerous because I was one of these guys who was sun gazing.
Yeah, and I didn't mind.
It was freaking strange. But again, you may bring out this tendency in each other, and this is something to watch out for. Yes. People who are high in the aspect of openness are more likely than average to experiment with drugs, in particular psychedelic drugs. I think that I was lucky that I never have had access to that when I was more prone to experiment with these things. But I did start drinking alcohol very early just because it was available. It's not like in developed countries you can't buy alcohol until you're 21. I bought my first beer when I was 11.
Yeah, I'm clean.
And I was very open to experiment. And I really consider myself lucky that I didn't have access to drugs. Not at least not some more harmful than, I mean, I don't say that alcohol is not harmful. I was a teenage alcoholic when I was a kid, but now I'm just fine. I do have occasional drinks, but I don't have problem with alcohol. And I used to, like, for a certain amount of time, I used to smoke recreational marijuana. But that's it. No any other psychedelics or whatever. But again, if I had access to them, I don't think it would end up well. Okay.
I never tried anything. I never smoked. I do drink beer and wine, and not more than a glass or two. So no.
Yeah, but I get that that's mainly due to your upbringing. That yes, I give that to your parents. That credit goes to your parents, I think.
My father was smoker, and my mother, I think she can now just light a smoke if she have it company to do so, but she never smoked like my father. And my father likes to drink the shots, but he never get drunk, so yeah.
So, okay, you will each have to be careful with this propensity of yours and to be sure not to get lost in the world of drugs. Just what I said. This is particularly true if one or both of you is low in conscientiousness. And
I am low, but I'm good.
She's clean. She's all right. And then just one more thing I want to show. I couldn't find it on this reading because when you check your own personal assessment, it goes more in details than the couple one. So let's see, where is my no delete report. Okay, I want to just read one sentence. How precise this thing is. So this is openness to experience, very high 95 percentile. And this thing blew my mind how precise this is. So they are very interested in abstract thinking, philosophy, and the meaning of belief systems and ideologies. I am, but let's take a look at this. They will seek out cultural events such as movies, concerts, dance recitals, plays, poetry readings, gallery openings, and art shows. That's where we spend our time together most of the time. And they are unusually likely to enjoy writing or even be driven to write. And ever since I started thinking about what I want to do, I know that I was writing. I started writing my first time I had an idea I want to write a novel. I was 8 years old. And I bought a notebook and I wrote half of the notebook in one sitting, handwritten. And just because you're a kid and you don't know how complex writing is and how long-term project, not just how complex. I mean, it took me a decade or even more than a decade. It took me 2 decades to learn how to write a novel. And I'm still struggling to finish my second novel. But ever since the age of 8, I knew I want to write. And just to get that from one test, something that specific.
Yeah, it's not that or that, it's just writing.
It's not you're prone to this or no, it's writing, and it was a big shock for me. It's not something general you find in most personality tests. So yeah, just blew my mind. They enjoy complex abstract ideas and live to confront and love to confront and solve complex, abstract, and multi-dimensional problems. All right, that's so this is 2 hours 47 minutes.
The second.
Huh?
The first one is
1:45.
Oh my god.
So I'll need to cut this. It probably take me weeks to edit this thing.
Yeah.
But yes, if you manage to watch everything, just leave me a comment down and say I watched everything.
Yeah.
I want to know who you are. I honestly do.
Congrats.
Yeah, good thing that you sat through all of this. I hope it was entertaining and educational. And if you want to take the test, go to understandmyself.com. Again, I'm not affiliated with Jordan Peterson. I paid this test, 2 tests actually. We paid from our own pockets. It's not expensive for what you get. I think it's super cheap.
Yes.
And you can always come back and reread this again and try really to understand yourself. I read it for myself. I read it twice.
Yeah, I need to read mine. I didn't.
Because it goes in more details.
Yes.
And this for couples. Now we have answers to some of the questions, like how come we work so well together?
Why do you love me? I have answers now.
Yeah, you have answers. Just although we are different in some traits, we already mentioned, we are 2 different pieces of one puzzle, and we just fit perfectly well.
Yeah, and we are not fans of drama, so we don't make drama.
Yeah, and we are now thinking to start couples therapy. I'm kidding. I'm not an expert in this. Yeah. So
I had fun.
I had fun too. I hope you had fun watching. If you watched, I really leave a comment and say, I watched this until the end. So I just want to congratulate you and to see who the hell are you sitting watching 5 hours of me reading our personality test and couple matching assessment. So have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye.